Good day, my fellow Americans and good people of the world. Today I would like to address you in regards to a many number of things that have been going on in recent days. America is experiencing, yet again, the outcome consequences of bad actors with nefarious intent, taking America in a direction that is not suited for its sustainable development and growth. And I would like to address that concern with you today. So with your valuable time and attention, I will speak a little bit about my considerations of stewardship. When we as humans do things to alter the planet in its natural systems, there are outcome consequences from those actions. Some of them are more felt, like close to home, and others are not so direct, but they end up impacting us in certain specific ways that we don't really realize the full intensity of the impact until much later on down the line. This is why it's important to know what we're doing and to know why we're doing it, because when we are not taking into consideration of the invisible impact, the invisible things that we're not accounting for in our human productivity, our human civilization, our human development of the world, and how we structure society and whatnot, what we're doing is we're just ignoring something that can actually be metriced and actually visioned and viewed and understood in a very comprehensive way that gives us a better standing in terms of understanding where we are, where we've been, and where we're going if we continue on the trajectories that we're at. Many scientists, brilliant minds who have devoted their lives to the cause for understanding the planet and its natural systems, and to understand the human impact on the planet, because we do impact it. You know, we have a human footprint that is left behind for every single time we extract from the planet some resource from some area, or we mold and shape the environments, we alter geologies, and in order to get at the materials that are in certain areas that we may want to access, that could have resources that we can use for our sense of technological advancement. So when we make these alterations and we create things, we produce things, and we consume them, and then there's a waste factor after that, we're not taking into consideration the toll on the planet when we do that. We're not consciously aware of that as consumers, because the system of economy needs the consumer to not be conscious of their impact, because if they were, they probably would not be okay with the outcomes that would come as a result of them being able to consume these items. They really truly understood the toll. They would be like, it is not worth it, right? And so it's very much a part of the marketing scheme advertisers take to convince you as a consumer that everything's fine, that use our products and our services and it's fine, and just throw it in the trash, because out of sight, out of mind, it gets taken off to some landfill somewhere, and it's not your problem anymore, is it? You know, and then good thing you got rid of it, because we're going to be right there with the next iteration to be able to provide for you as a consumer. Buy from us, and we will allow you to use that and continue to sell more versions to you. And yes, eventually they'll end up in the landfill, and it's okay, don't worry about it, because it's out of sight, out of mind. This is the waste mentality that has taken over humanity and has made the concept of materialism and capitalism and possessions and property and these sorts of things to be what's most important to us when we consider things. And that the concept of you got to keep up with the Joneses, right? You buy more stuff so that you can be a part of a certain in-group, look like you have the status of a particular class, and marketing convinces you of that, and convinces you that the thing that you have you don't actually really want. You want this next thing, and so it's constantly making you consume, which means then you have to go out and work in order to pay for those things that you're consuming. And so it's this whole system of, functionality. The problem with it, of course, is that it doesn't have a proper intended use. When you look at it, the improper intended use of something is to have a desirable outcome from it. That is one that does not have negative outcome consequences that you're not aware of, that you're getting into something and you know everything you're getting into, And unfortunately, that's not the case with capitalism as it stands now. Now, I am a believer in capitalism as an appropriate instrument for us to be able to advance civilization in the least corruptible way possible, because it gives us the opportunity to distill power amongst people and to help to push forward best practices and to identify those things which are going to help us to advance in certain particular ways with the most, sufficient, efficient, malleable, adaptable, mobile, sustainable means, which is really what we should be thinking about. And when we think in the terms of like spaceship Earth, like Buckminster Fuller, advocated for his entire life, was for everybody to look at Earth as this huge spaceship, and we are all a part of it as one, and we each have an obligation and a duty and responsibilities and rights, and we each own capital, and we have agency, and we have resource, and this is a collective thing, and we all must do our part to make sure that the world can sustain ourselves and our future generations without, bankrupting future generations. We need to make sure that we have something to carry on to them. It's, kind of like the quote that we ought by right to develop the land and make it more prosperous for future generations. That should be our duty, and hand it down to them more ample, more bountiful, more plentiful, more full of potentials. And that's our duty as a civilization, as a people, as a species. And so in order to do that, we have to understand our place in the world, as, first of all, the human race, the species of humanity, our considerations of like where we fall in our environments and what sort of things like we naturally have, these by necessity demands for survival. And once we achieve getting that, and how we achieve getting that, will have a direct impact. How can we mitigate the risks that by taking what we need now, we aren't depleting future generations from having what they need, so they aren't in a desperate situation, And so it's, the concept comes from, as I'm trying to get to why we have to like think ahead of what we're doing, is from the ancestral, knowledge of the indigenous tribes of the planet, before we parsed ourselves out into, societies of nations, of cities. We were a part of the First Nations, the First Peoples, and they lived by this concept of the seventh generation, which is to say that what you do now, you consider is going to impact for the next 7 generations. So be conscious. Be aware, because you want to be the ancestor that sends a record sent in time to, future generations that says we cared enough about you to do things right now. We weren't greedy and took too much and did too little. We weren't inconsiderate of the fact that, the damage that we're doing today is limiting your options in the future. We cared enough to know that, we need to have what we call comfortable conservation, where it's not like we're living in rations, but we are making sure we're rational about the choices that we make in terms of like what we're going to use now so that it can be, fruitful in the future. It reminds me, in the same spirit of that, one of my favorite quotes, which is by Neil Postman, which says that children are the living message we send to a time that we will never see. Our children are a living message that we send to a time that we will not see. And our children's children, it's another quote that I love, which is like, dearer than our children are our children's children. And so the concept is we have to care enough today about what's going to happen tomorrow, and look to it in terms of like, what are we doing today that's setting the stage? We're setting things right so things can go right as we continue forward. And then be consciously aware of that we are living in the aftermath of decision making past and prior. And so you look around today and you see the way things are and you're like, I don't really like this. This doesn't seem like this is so great. Wow, I wish that wasn't happening because that's terrible and tragic. And, these things are happening for a reason. And the reason is because of our past and prior decision making. It's the actions that we take and the actions that we took and the actions that we failed to take. It's the things that we were consciously aware of yet chose to ignore. It was the things where we didn't understand what was happening, and instead of trying to understand what was happening, make sense of the world so that we can be more consciously aware of our actual predicaments, our actual circumstances. We led ourselves astray into distraction and let people determine for us what is going to be the thing that we're going to think about today. What are we going to look at today? What are we going to pay attention today? And none of those things actually add up to a significant, substantial change in the outcome consequences that we will be facing tomorrow, in which we can pivot our trajectory of the continuum that we're on to avoid disaster. And so when you see, there's more floods than ever, there's more storms than ever, there's more, violence than ever, there's, more infrastructure loss than ever, there's more job loss than ever, there's more, all these losses that we have, there isn't any wonder when you look at it with wide and clear eyes. Why this happened is because our past and prior decision making led us to where we are today. And so now it's time to wake up, and not wake up in the sense of like get woke, be conscious of what's happening and say to yourself, wow, it wasn't too many years ago when our temperatures were not this hot to the point where it is uninhabitable in many locations where it used to be habitable for humans to live, because increased temperatures have raised to the point where humans can't even be outside without a severe chance of dying. And then mind you, the temperature is so high that when human bodies are too hot, their minds don't think correctly. They shut down. And so you're losing human potential and capacity, and you're actually limiting people. And the temperature is one thing because it impacts, the human body, but think about how it's impacting the planet. We see ice that's melting way faster than it ever has. The rate is, like a runaway freight train. And the more that it melts, the less it's able to reflect the sun's light, which means that things get hotter, which means the ice melts faster, which means that, it gets hotter. And then it's just like a reinforcing system of negative outcome consequences that which we can't stop or change, And then you're convinced by politicians that claim to know what they're doing, They can't even read a bill entirely to make sure that they know what they're actually getting us into. So to claim that any of them know what the fuck's going on, they obviously don't. It reminds me of this really funny but sad at the same time episode from The Simpsons, where they're in the classroom and they're getting projected this, little thing on the screen, and they're like, climate change, it's melting everything, but don't worry, we'll just put a big block of ice down and we'll solve the problem. And to me, it was just like, that's funny, in a sense of like, here's these propagandists that don't want to face climate change, and they're just like, don't worry, we don't have to change our behaviors or our habits, we'll just solve it with this big ice cube that we drop and it fixes everything. And it's like, people are willing to accept that because it is a convenient truth that they can believe in. Like, I trust this person, they're telling me this. If that's the reality of things, then I have nothing to worry about. Well, the inconvenient truth is the fact that there is no magic ice cube that you can put off somewhere that's going to be able to save us from overheating and these negative effects that are going to come from it. The only way to change that is to alter the way that humans go about living on the planet, how they use resources to become in a state of comfortable conservation, so that we can slow down the pace of our changing climate, which is being negatively impacted by human activity that is altering the planet. And so we have to have like a realistic look at this, and science has spent a long time developing information so we can understand this. Buckminster Fuller was very intent on understanding every single metric of the planet, get an entire, accounting system for the planet and its utter brilliance to come up with such an idea, to fathom the idea that if we could just know all of the weights and measures of the planet, then we can put it to a rule that could make things anew for us, because we would understand, like, metric goes out this way, metric goes up this way, put in the right type of rule, self-correcting mechanism. And so it was ingenious to think about that. And so we have scientists that have spent so much time, effort, energy, focusing on trying to understand, trying to get this information. How do we metric the universe? As one of my favorite quotes says, is like, make that which can be measured measurable. And so when we do that, we have a better understanding of our place in the world and what we're up against, and the variable factors in, a scenario universe. And when we understand that, we understand better what we're allowed to do, what we probably shouldn't do, things that should be an absolute no-no, and the things that, we have a little bit of breathing room to get around, that might be able to, for a time be done, despite the fact that it is something that cannot be long-standing, in order for us to build new and auxiliary systems to move ourselves out of that necessity into a new way of being that is more manageable, more intelligent, more sustainable, more within our capacity to mitigate the risks of the outcomes from the consequences of changing our behaviors in this particular way. Especially when it comes to like fossil fuels. We're very dependent on fossil fuels. It has been deeply ingrained in our society and our systems. Everything that exists is wholly dependent on fossil fuels. But it doesn't have to be that way. We have other systems that can help us to transition to new energy uses that can help us in the long term come out on the other side of our productivity with more efficiencies in our systems. And in the grand scheme of things, less impact on the planet than burning fossil fuels, which increase the temperature of the planet, which makes the ice melt, which makes droughts happen, and then people have no habitability in areas that used to be able to live in. Because back to my point about that, it's not just the temperature is rising and it's too hot for people to live in. It's like crops stop growing, rain stops falling. Plants themselves can't endure those heats and that temperature. If you've ever grown anything in your life, even if you don't have a green thumb, you've tried to grow something in your life, you know, you go away for a weekend, you forget to water your houseplants, you come back, and how do they look? You're lucky if you weren't gone too long that they're not dead because they didn't have enough water, you know? It's a living being, it's a living entity. And when it doesn't have the sources that it needs to be able to get sunlight to photosynthesize, if it doesn't have the necessary water, if the soil is not, you know, full of enough nutrients, it will slowly deplete and eventually it will die. That happens to everything that is living. If it doesn't have its necessities, it will die. You know, it is the, you know, obvious embodiment of the law of entropy, right? And so we can slow down the process of death and bring vitality to it by giving it its life vital essentials. Humans have that, plants have that, animals have that, you know, and the earth is a living being, a living entity in itself. And we are all just, you know, like part of it. It has its needs as well. And we are depleting it from its needs by altering it, by building these huge, enormous dams. Like in China, they've built a dam so massive to collect massive amounts of water that is literally shifting the way that the planet functions and moves. You know, humans have the capacity to alter an entire planet, you know, and sure, when you think about it in like the grand scheme of capacities, you know, it's almost inspiring for anybody who would want to like colonize another planet. Like humans have the capacity to alter an entire planet, you know, shift it to bend to their will or whatever if you do things the right way. But also think about it, the chances of us surviving on another planet are 0 to 0 right now, because as it is now, we're not going to live very much longer on this planet if we don't get our act together. So that potential future has no potential until we get our shit together here on this planet, you know? But also thinking in the same wrong of things, like humans have the capacity to intentionally develop things that work in consort, complementary, concomitant, consilience with the planet's existing systems. Once you understand the metrics of those systems, the rhythms, the ebbs, the flows, you can create mechanizations and these intelligent systems that can tap into, amplify, tap into, and advance or create a higher advantage, to create more efficiencies, to reduce the lossy effect, to help to make sure that the waste in the system is reclamated and repurposed in a different way. We could literally work with the planet and, in a sense, engineer the geology of the planet in a way that makes it more efficient. We're doing that already, but in a bad negative outcome consequence by burning fossil fuels unrelentingly, you know, and without conscious awareness of the outcome consequences that come with that. So we have a lot of politicians that are denying and rejecting climate change isn't real, but then when we have a massive flood that comes up and obliterates an entire town in a matter of hours and there's a massive loss of life, people are looking at crazy conspiracy theories. It's like, there must be some chemtrails in the sky that's causing this stuff to happen. It's like, it is human caused, but it's not some, you know, somebody went up and pointed a laser into the clouds and then all of a sudden precipitation came in one delusion, just douched out the entire freaking county of a certain area, and then, you know, there was somebody behind that. Think in the bigger picture, there was somebody behind that. Humans and their activity have caused these massive weather events that are more extreme and more severe and are only going to get worse over time if we do not have an active, proactive response to it to bring us back into planetary boundaries of the safe operating space of the planet Earth. These sorts of things are going to continue to happen. So yes, it is man-made. It is somebody's fault. And guess what? It's all of our fault. We're all complicit because of the fact that we are still living by these systems that are creating problems that are massively altering the natural systems, but doing so in such a way that it's negative outcome consequences. I don't want more people to die. I don't want more infrastructure to be lost. Millions and billions and trillions of dollars are going to go to waste because you're going to build the same thing in the same exact location. You're going to expect different results, although you're not changing your behavior that is leading to the outcomes that make that even happen to begin with. You know, it's frustrating, super frustrating to me. And, you know, my heart goes out with a deep level of sympathy and compassion and just so much positive energy sent to every single person who has been negatively impacted by the recent storms. Like the families that were lost, the children that were lost unnecessarily. You know, I know that everybody's looking for somebody to point fingers at and blame, and you shoulda, you woulda, you coulda, but you didn't. So who cares? Well, we should care. We should care enough to say, you know, wow, systems in these areas, which we know are like prone to flooding. I mean, there were a lot of tributaries that fed into the Guadalupe River. I've been there. I've been to that area. I've seen it for my own eyes. I've been a part of the experience. I've walked along that river. I know that there's massive amounts of water that comes into it from different areas, you know, and that it just takes the right amount for them to be swelled over capacity, and where do they all run into, and then what ends up happening with water when it becomes overflow. It's just like a cup, you know, and you have a water container and you hold the cup underneath it, and the cup can only hold so much, but then you turn on the spigot and it just comes. What ends up happening is the water overflows, and then you have a big watery mess around it, you know. And sure, in the case of a cup, you know, it's a little bit of a water spill, it's an inconvenience, you got to clean it up. But when it's an entire community, you have to think about not just, you know, the infrastructural damage and whatnot, the loss of life immediately, and the impact of life. Like, these people are going to have a tremendous amount of suffering that they are going to have to endure, and they're going to have to find a way to heal from this tragedy, and they're going to have to find a way to overcome these struggles that they are about to face, because what the way of life that they were used to is no longer there. You know, services are no longer provided within their community. Their house might be gone, or to the point where it can't be lived in. You know, you have to worry about, now, is there going to be mold development in your house and it's going to make it unlivable or unsafe for you? Is your water system even going to be clean? You know, and then you have no public resource, and the responses to getting things back on track for people is not sufficient. It is just not sufficient to be able to care for people in the ways that they need it right now. And thank God for everybody who has been involved in coming together to do what they can, how they can, in all the ways they can, you know, where they can, you know, whenever they can, for however long that they can, to, you know, deal directly with the immediate befit the needs of now emergency crisis situation. But remember, just like every other major weather storm event that we have, which happens every year and they continue to get worse, there's a point in time when, you know, those emergency first responders, disaster relief people leave, and you're still left with the aftermath to clean up as a community. And some of them may never recover. And the unfortunate thing, a lot of those people no longer have the means to go anywhere else. And some of them don't want to, because that's their home, that's what they know. And a lot of the people who have had significant loss are going to have a hard time leaving that place, because it's like abandoning, you know, this thing that you now have a traumatic bond with. It's a difficult thing to do, right? And so my heart goes out to everybody with deep sympathies. But I am always the proactive person. I cried and I prayed and I did the things that I do in order for me to be well, enough that in my thinking of this, that I'm not going out and going to start pointing fingers at people. Rather, I am when there's a problem, how do we fix it? What do we need to do now? Befit the times. Circumstance has changed. Situation has changed. Our historical context has changed. You know, I have been doing my best to read without being inundated with, you know, too much about the stories of what's happening in Texas. And in regards to this particular county, Kerrville, I believe is the name of it, had the opportunity to get a early warning system installed, but they didn't have the money to do so in their budget, and so they pushed it off to a future time. And now people are pissed off because it's like, well, we would have that, it would have made a difference. Unfortunately, we don't know. We will never know if that would have been what it took in order to save lives. But it is reasonable to expect that when people are consciously aware of their situation, and when they are alerted to the fact that there is an imminent danger that may cost their lives, they spring into action. And so it's reasonable to assume that if we had the right information for those people, given to them in the right way, that was letting them know that this is an immediate, you must act now alert, and that people were prepared in advance to know exactly what to do in case this shit hit the fan in this way. And that disaster readiness and preparedness was just not there. You know, FEMA's job is to mitigate these risks, to anticipate these risks, and to provision, accommodate, and steward, and to support communities to make sure these sorts of things don't happen. But when the shit hits the fan, they have to be there to clean it up. They have to be there to first and foremost deal with the immediate emergency situation, find people. The number one priority is to find all signs of life and to preserve and protect it. And then it's to understand the immediate risks into the surroundings. Is it stable enough for people to come back? And is it safe enough? And then what do we have to do in order to make sure that we can tap back into the utility resources so that people can go back in there and live in a sense of normalcy? And then what do we have to do to be able to build out the systems, you know, get the right contracts in place so people spring into action to take care of the necessities of cleaning things out, building things back up, removing the old, and then intelligently building back new and better in such a way that says, you know, we built this way before, storm came in, it didn't stand so well, did it? We must build a house on a firm foundation, you know, build it upon a rock, not upon sand, in that sense. And you know that, and you're aware of it. And this event, as tragic as it is a, you know, in chaos there is opportunity for us to learn from it. And it is the best thing we can do as a living memoria for those who have been lost, is to make sure that what we do now moving forward will honor their memory and do the best that we can to make sure that will never happen again. That is our job. That is our responsibility. These are the things that we need to be considering. And unfortunately, we are not meeting that challenge today. It is not possible to meet that challenge today, given the situational context and the fine context where we find ourselves right now. Our capacities have been depleted. Our systems have been neutered. Our response teams have been convinced that they were not necessary and they were discarded. Systems that were life essential first response alarm systems were not installed because of money. These are the things where it's like, if there is a will, there's a way. And it's one of those things where, as an entire nation, while we are independent states, as an entire nation, we have to make it incumbent upon ourselves. We have to decide. We have to give ourselves the the duty and the responsibility and the capacities to respond and to make corrective mechanisms when shit hits the fan. When things go bad, we don't just, cover it over and pretend like it didn't happen, and the next storm season comes around and we're all like, oh my God, this is such a tragedy. Yeah, it's a fucking tragedy. But guess what? The last tragedy was just as bad, and the one before that just as bad, and the one before that just as bad. And what are we doing that's different? Nothing. And what do we need to do that is different? Oh, well, let's look to what the scientists say. Oh, wait, they all have been fired. And the concept of climate change has been scrubbed from, all of the sources of information from our leadership that's supposed to be helping us to understand our situation. But you need information to understand your situation, and you don't have that, do you? Why? Because we don't want you to know that information, because it goes against what our beliefs say in terms of what type of industries we want to be able to help to, bolster up. And if you know that there's negative consequences to your consumerism of these particular things, and if we stopped doing the, drilling of this oil and stuff like that, while our industries are not going to survive, so you need to not know the fact that by consuming that oil in an excessive manner without comfortable conservation will lead to the heating up of the planet to the point where we will have excessively extreme, out of control weather events. And by the way, we are not prepared to deal with them, nor are we doing anything to prepare to be dealt with it, because we have to save money. Government efficiency, So the government thinks it's efficient to make sure that you don't have the means to protect yourself. The government thinks it's efficient that fuck FEMA. You don't need that, right? And excuse my language, but I'm in an intense, it's the mama bear in me coming out that's just wanting so badly to just bring some common sense to these people. Why do they not understand that what they are doing is destroying innocence, and it's unnecessary? This is about discipline, not punishment, right? And these governments, as they stand, and these government officials and these government agencies are not here to be responsive to the needs of the people. They're here to be responsive to whatever one person is telling them that they need to do in order to match his narrative. That's where we're at. And his narrative is one of drill, baby, drill, And so think about it in a sense of like, in the many degrees of separation from his decision making to fire everybody, to neuter, systems and agencies like FEMA, divert necessary resources from making sure America's a safe place to doing things like making the National Guard march down the streets to intimidate everybody, spending all the money to take everybody out of America that they think are the, unsavory characters, whatever, instead of investing that money in helping to bring them into the full meridian of our system. Let them be a part of the American experience. That's what they wanted anyway. And that's what we should want for them anyway, because America is a nation of immigration. That is our pride. That is our prestige. It always has been. And right now, somebody's personal opinion on the matter who's enraged, a mad mob that thinks that we need to be against those people, has reduced them to an inhumane, lesser than position, much like they did in the times of slavery, with African Americans and other persons, that weren't white, that were enslaved. They're treating immigrants much the same. And instead of helping them to come in such a way where they can be a part of the system to help us to prepare for natural disasters, to our readiness and capability, get me into the military strategy or lack thereof in America right now under this current administration. Definitely not the proper intended use of the National Guard to send it off against American citizens or to send it against, immigrants in America. Not proper intended use. But if we're talking military strategy in terms of like, how do you get a thing done? There's no sense of what is feasible and what is reasonable. No sense of what's just, because they are like civil rights. Nobody has those anymore, Due process, what's that? No sense of what's, fair. And, have words of counsel, but no real policy, like step up to the plate. Okay, this problem happened. This is what we're going to do policy-wise in order to, avert the disasters that we see. Oh, that was a thing, the most immediate things. What do we have to do to solve for it? And then the midterm, like, how do we change this, over the next, year, 2 years, 3 years, and then the long term. How do we do something for the next 30 years, 100 years, 200 years? What are we setting the stage for our experiences and all of that? And how can our policy be created with such longevity that it gets us in a sustainable through line, right? The one objective is our security, our safety, our stability, our continuation in a desirable, positive outcome consequences. How do we bring that through? What are you building on, in order to make that happen? This administration doesn't care and doesn't think about that. So instead of thinking of the immigrants as people that could help us to become, as I like to call them, planetarian stewards, we are outcome engineering, well-faring, so we're faring well as a people in society, and we are being planetary stewards for good Mother Earth. We're being stewards of civilization and our development on our continuum, how we're going to proceed in progress. We are good stewards of our society. We are good stewards of our communities. We're good stewards of our neighbors, love thy neighbor, and good stewards of our home, and good stewards of our family, and good stewards of our own personal life. That's what we're all responsible for. But there's no sense of stewardship in anything that this administration does. It is like shooting from the hip, fly by the seat of your pants, and it's attention here, it's distraction there. It's like, don't talk about those things. We don't need to talk about that stuff anymore. We're over it. We're going to attack the media because you're talking about the wrong things. Don't hold us accountable. Speak truth to power. You can't do that. We're going to silence you by taking away your credentials, and we're going to sue you for money and blackmail you and threaten your, lives, and we're going to deport you if you speak out of term. And like, this is bullshit. But when you think about it, it's like, we understand why they're doing that. It's like, these people don't know how to administer. They don't know how to strategically apply. They don't know how to create policies. They don't even know how to read them. How many people in Congress passed this stupid bill, that basically just screwed us all? None of them even read it. They don't do their jobs. So there's no sense of like responsibility or duty. It's a lot of talking out of both sides of their mouth, and they'll flip and they'll flop if it means that they get to stay in office, because that position of power is important to them, because they can have insider trading. It's so unreasonable. It's not just, it's not fair, it's not right. Their sense of jurisprudence is lacking in any sense of substantiation within morality. They don't have a moral fiber within them. That moral fiber within them is weak, and it's like having no spine. It can very easily be swayed with the changing tides and the winds, whichever way it freaking blows. And it's not right that we have only that to look to in order for us to be able to find a sense of like, okay, things are going to be all right. I don't know. Do you really think that things are going to be okay? Because I don't. I mean, I can see, nobody can accurately predict the future. All we can do is understand the variables of a scenario universe and kind of see a growing trend in a particular direction that is more or less likely to result in these particular things that maybe aren't going to be so great in terms of the outcomes for some people. And if we don't understand that that is a potential tude, we have no capacity to reasonably prepare ourselves for it. And if people are not being given that information to know, hey, guess what? This is in the realm of possibilities, everybody. This may happen. Be prepared. And here is a readiness and preparedness course. Education. Learn what you need to do. Be prepared. Be proactive. It's part of the provide for the common defense, right? You're providing for the common defense. You need to yourself be prepared to defend your life when shit hits the fan, in case nobody else is there to be able to do it for you. And our government is not administering the means for us to be able to do that. If they were, they would be thinking ahead instead of saying, let's just spend billions of dollars to, extract certain people's unsavory characters, in our opinion, out of the United States, because that's a good stewardship of resources. Instead of saying, we're so lucky. We have so many people that want to come here. And America happen to have a lot of incentives of why you would want to come here. It's a great place to do business. It's a great place to raise a family. It's a good place because we have, material and industrial strength. We have the capacity to leverage, communities and people and the power of the people. And we have the capacity to speak our mind. We have free speech. We have all these rights. Even though all those things are under attack right now from the current administration because they have no sense of reliability to constitutionality, those things are still, what we think of when we think of the American identity, But they don't have a archetype to embed within the American identity other than MAGA. Let's make America great again, America is an ever more perfect union. You're not going to go back to the way things were before and think that it's going to be great. You have to be an ever improving system. This is called evolution, guys. And so the greatness of America doesn't come from, determining only certain people belong here, only certain people are going to get rights here, only certain people are going to get, advantages here, only certain people are going to make it, and we're going to, all those rungs on the ladders of progress that we've been building up, as rickety as it has been, we're going to start taking it apart and dismantling it. There's nothing great about that. For the greatness of a few people at the tippy top is not greatness for our nation. It actually reflects very poorly on our nation. So instead of seeing all of these people and all of that money that you're spending to oust them, for a fraction of that money, you can integrate them. And then say, hey guys, listen, we need to embed the stewardship archetype into our systems, and we need to become a nation of stewards, and we have to prepare ourselves for the changing of climate. We need to be prepared to take climate action. We need to be prepared as a people to respond to crisis when it hits, so we can, deal with the immediate situation, create the opportunity of our salvation in the imminent moment of crisis. And we need to be able to shift the tide and turn things so that it is the least amount of negative impact as possible. We need to understand where we are, where we've been, where we're going, in order to know what the right thing to do is right now. But if we give ourselves the stewardship archetype, say we're stewarding the planet, we're stewarding civilization, society, our nation, our states, our communities, our neighborhoods, our homes, our children, our families, ourselves, we're all doing this, and we're all going to take on the mentality that we're providing faring stewardship. We are faring, getting along, doing our thing, living our lives, doing the ontology, the way we live, in a state of well-being for everyone. And doing that in such a way where that's the thing that we're carrying forward. That's our continuum of goodness that we're carrying forward that will give us the most positive outcome consequences as is possible. Mitigate the negative outcome consequences as much as possible, knowing there's still going to be some things just beyond human control, because there is no way to control for every single variable, but we can prepare ourselves to mitigate those unnecessary losses as much as possible. And if we bring our immigrants in, that is, about face, man, bring them all back in and say, okay, guys, first of all, sorry, tremendously sorry for dehumanizing you and treating you in such an ill way. But would you like to be our neighbors? Would you like to be a part of the American experience? Would you like to be stewards with us? Because our plan is to get our nation up to tip-top shape, readiness prepared for the, unfortunate series of events that are going to continue to happen as we have, as of yet, not changed our behaviors, our tendencies, and our way of living enough that these risks are not going to be as severe. We're still in the heat of the thing, shit is still hitting the fan. It's just hasn't quite particulated on everything yet, but it's getting there. We need to, clean up the system. We need to shore up our weaknesses. We need to do what is necessary now so that in the future we are better prepared to deal with situations as they arise. We need more people, as many hands on deck as is possible. So bring those immigrants back in. Give them a viable opportunity to integrate in our system. Give them the identity of stewardship. They can work to do that. It's kind of like how I think about immigrants coming in to work. Doesn't take away from America. It adds to. Always has and always will, It's very much in the same thing of like love for a child, right? When you have one child, you love them so dear, oh my child, right? You have another child, do you stop loving your first child? No, your heart expands and you love more because I love my child. I have two children. I love them both. You have another child, you have 10 children. Oh my gosh, so much love to go around, It does not take away your love. It expands it, it grows it. It makes it more complete. And that's the way I see it is with every one of our immigrants that have come here. They do positively contribute and participate to our society. They're good people, they have good hearts, have good intentions. They want what's best for America, they want what's best for themselves. And like any human, yes, some of them do make mistakes. But I don't think that we should ever demonize people to think that they are irredeemable. It is our responsibility as civil society in a developing, technologically advanced, peacefully evolving civilization to make sure that we are giving people, opportunities to reintegrate, reformation, redemption, bring them back in, restitution when necessary. And our systems should be about that instead of like imprisoning people or ousting people or, like stripping them of, class, creed, identity, citizenship, accreditation, any of these things. Like, no, we need to just understand now we have entered in a process. You did the wrong thing. You infringed somehow on our civic society. We had to find a way to reintegrate you back in. And that's the best way to make sure people know that there's always a way to come on, bring it on back home, We've got to bring all those outcasts back home at all times. And the biggest thing is like when people know that there is such a redeemable system that exists and that, people are not going to be, forever branded as being this bad thing, they're more likely to do good. And if they are welcomed with opportunities to do the right thing, we solve for the problem of the idle hands, right? There's a quote from one of my favorite newspaper articles that says, time to kill may mean just that. And so you have to give people things to do so that they don't have the idle hands and so that they can do the right thing. And so a lot of the, reason why society is so bad is because we create circumstances and situations where people, in their realm of experience, think that that's the right thing to do at the time. And because of their, sense of how to get along in the world has been, perverted, especially by making like certain people be outcasts. Like, you're an immigrant, you're not going to be looked at or treated, the same or whatever. Same thing with blacks. You're black, I can tell you're black, so I'm going to treat you differently. These sorts of things. Like, people, you're a woman, definitely going to treat you wrong. You're trans, oh, I'm definitely going to treat you wrong. These identifiable things, people reduce people to inhumanity and then put people in desperate situations. And when a desperate person is left to their own devices, they're going to do the thing that they think that they need to do in order to be freed from this constraint and this confinement that you've put them in. And the idea is that you have to give people just bounds that are reasonable and ways for them to reintegrate, to say, like, we're not doing this because we hate you, but we do it because we love you. We want everybody to be a part of this experience, but we want it to be good for everybody. So in order for this to work out, for you to be here and be involved and be a part of this, you have to mind your manners. You have to be inculcated with social and civic ideals. You have to be willing to abide by the one rule that matters most to anything, is like the golden rule: do unto others. And not in a sense of like, do to others so others will do to you the way that you expect them to, but like, just reasonably understand that I wouldn't wish that upon my children, therefore I wouldn't wish that upon myself, so therefore I'm not going to do that to somebody else because they're someone's children too. And it's a hard thing to do in a society that has made us forget about these basic simple rules. It's like your mama didn't raise you right in a lot of ways, but it doesn't mean that you're irredeemable. People can learn, and there are some people that maybe they've just snapped too far gone, and they need a very special treatment. But at that same time, I still think that needs to be one of redemption and redeeming and of love and nurturing and caring, not punishment and penalizing and abusive and inhumane and all of these outcomes that the current administration thinks is fit how to treat human beings, is with these, a very abusive, way to fear-based and control individuals, and it's just wrong. So I imagine, all of our immigrant friends, who have a love for America and what it stands for, which is the American dream, which in reality has always been and will always be the idea of living the good life. And they want that for themselves. They want that for their children, and they want to extend that to other nations. They want to extend it back home to where they come from, because a lot of them wouldn't even have left if they didn't have to. Climate change has created, climate refugees. It's also created destabilization in nations which have proliferated violence, which many people have to run away from because they don't want to be a part of it. It's better they risk their life for a chance to make it to America, where they might be safe and sound, than to stay where they are and then fall victim to these atrocities of the locust effect. If you've never read that book, please do. It is such an eye-opening tragedy of like showing how the reinforcing mechanisms of violence just reinforce them, and that the only way to solve for the discrepancies between the haves and the have-nots is to deal most directly with solving for violence. But again, I think that can be done in a corrective way that is about extending love and compassion and patience and tolerance and understanding and cooperation, and developing together, building with people, giving them a capacity to, redeem themselves and know through their good work that they provisioned their own salvation and they were brought back in, without, in some ball and chain of, shame and blame that has been linked to them. Like, all that's gone. We are about a redemptive society. But bring these people in. All humans have that capacity. It's not just immigrants, U.S. citizens, Americans, citizens do bad things all the time. They make mistakes as well. And unfortunately, we have the largest, which is crazy to think, but we have the largest, prison system. We have more incarcerated people in our nation than any other nation. And a lot of it is for stupid things. A lot of it is based off of, judges that had innate bias that decided that they weren't going to pay attention to the truth of the matter, and they're going to base it off of, their, personal relationships with the attorneys and the fact of who had the most money to make a verdict sway in one direction or whatever. And you are a particular version of a person that I don't necessarily like, so I'm going to make sure the punishment is maximum for you for something that was just minor and petty, like thinking of how many people are incarcerated for offenses of possession of marijuana, which is absolutely ridiculous. Those things, in the grand scheme of things, now we have many states that have marijuana where it's legalized. It makes no sense that we have anybody in prison for these sorts of things. And I understand there's, some cases where people were doing much worse things and the only thing they could get for was for that. But even still, the justice system isn't about, we're going to get you for what we can get you for, in order to hold you back from not being able to do something else. It's like, it has to be just, fair, reasonable, right? And to punish somebody to be in jail for, an entire lifetime for a marijuana offense is absolutely egregious. It is not a reasonable, punishment. And that's very much along the lines what, Trump is doing now. How he's punishing people is unreasonable. This Alcatraz alligators in the muddy pits of Florida or whatever is not reasonable. It is absolutely inhumane. And the fact that we have human rights violations happening in the United States, to the point where people cannot actually investigate to see what is happening there because the administration is hiding it from us because they can't be transparent, because if people knew what they were actually doing, they would be actually appalled and know that this is a human rights violation. Our standing in the world, we have been knocked down so far that we're not a safe place to travel to anymore. We're not a safe place for, people of certain ethnicities to be at, certain nations of origin to be at. Our standing in the world has been depleted in a very short amount of time, and it's all thanks to this, America's great, isn't it? And in reality, it's not, because we have not been able to come to terms and get a grasp on things where we are improving the quality of life for Americans across the board. People don't have a sense of security of knowing, I have the potential and a real world leverage to live the good life. And we as a society have entrusted our governance to help to create those leverages for all of us to advantage, and we all benefit from in these mutualities. That's what should be happening. That's not what is happening. It's breaking down systems of leverage that we had installed and instilled in our systems, as imperfect as they were, and then reducing it down to just a few people are holding the strings of society, like diversity, equity, and inclusion, all of these things that have been dismantled. It's to me, diversity, equity, inclusion means America works for 100% of the people without the disadvantage of anyone, so nobody gets left behind, so everybody lives the good life. And it was our means to install a leverage so that we can help to lift up people to the actual rungs of the ladders of society, leveling up in society, of opportunities to improve your life situation, your circumstances. We saw that there were some people put at a disadvantage for such a long time that the only way they were going to raise up out of that was if they had an intentional, specific, very direct leverage. And we provided that, but then people attacked it because they took it as some personal thing of well, I'm not getting that advantage, and so that's a discrimination against me. It's no, man, you have to understand, it wasn't meant to be a permanent system. It wasn't meant to be that way forever. It was to say, for now, we need to do this, but can we just recognize we want equality for everybody? That's the overall purpose, what we're trying to get at. So let's just build that out across the board. And then you aren't put at a disadvantage. I'm not put at a disadvantage. We are all faring well together. You know, that was the whole point of the system, but, you know, people lost sight of that. And then there was, you know, the concept of white fragility, which is a book you should definitely read. It's very eye-opening. White fragility, and then, you know, there's, you know, what do they call it? I mean, black fragility too, when you think about it. Everybody's just like on edge and thinking like, you know, we have to lash out in order to get the things that we need, and we have to fight for equality. To totally understand, we have been in that position for a very long time. But we need to stop looking at it as if we're fighting against something, and rather we are fighting for something, and not in a sense of like fighting, boxing it out, battling it out, shooting it out, whatever. Like, we are literally taking our will and making a way for us to transcend this lower existence and to rise up to a better one. Like, we have to fight against all of the forces that are going against us. It says, no, status quo is going to stay the same. And we have to fight against that system and fight against the pull of complacency and comforts of like sameness. Like, but I'm so comfortable because I've been this way for so long. Like, I don't know how to let go of that old paradigm, you know, and you can't, if you aren't willing to let it go, you don't have free hands to grab the leverage of the new systems that we could create. So everybody on all sides needs to just chill the fuck out and let go of, you know, their need for things to, you know, we fought so hard for things to be this way. It's like, things need to obviously change because they're not working, you know. If it was working, we would have more equality in society. You know, we would have more fair advantages for everybody across the board, and we just don't have that. But let's be realistic about it. It's not because, you know, you're black, and it's not because you're white, and, you know, it's not because of diversity, equity, inclusion. It's because the people at top, the people who are the decision makers, the ones who are dictating the direction that we're going, don't give a fuck about you because you live underneath a certain level of system. You know, they all they naturally are attracted to power like moths to a light, you know. And they're blinded by that light, and they're like, oh, we need this power, we need to be in these positions because then we can make all the determinations, then make it harder for other people, and then we can suppress them so we can exploit them and extract from them. That's how they make their living. They're deviants, and they're like vampires, you know, sucking your life force energy out of you. And, you know, they put people at a disadvantage in what I call the criterion echelon, everybody else who actually cares about themselves and each other. You know, as a collective, we all want to improve. You know, they're being put at a disadvantage by these other people that have managed to grasp the reins of power and lead America in their direction. And they're not leading us anywhere we want to go. You know, they deny science. They dehumanize people. You know, they become punitive and exploitative and extractive, and they are not accountable. You know, they make hollow and false promises. They talk out of both sides of their mouth. They can't keep their story straight. They fail constantly and fail to, you know, they make mistakes and they fail to fix it. There's no accountability, you know, and they are really good propagandists. You know, this is what you get when you hire a bunch of media people. You get really good propagandists that are good at telling you what to do, what to think, what to feel, you know, and try to steer the narrative in their direction or whatever. It doesn't necessarily actually take us anywhere we would want to go. You know, what does it do to improve your life? Nothing. You know, it's one bad thing after another bad thing after another bad thing. There's so many bad things that we're all being pulled in a million different directions, just trying to say, don't do that thing, you know? And so you have no capacity to work with your hands to, you know, change the system. You know, the world will change and it will come through your hands. And so, you know, I like the idea of people going out and, you know, championing for change and protesting and dissenting in a public fashion to say, fuck you and fuck this and we're done, you know, but that is not enough. It will never be enough. It feels good in the moment, doesn't it? Yes, it does. It feels so fucking good to say fuck you because this is wrong. But that's not going to change the system. it's not going to make it better. As much as I wish that it could, I wish that every single time that we chant and we say no more, if we had a democracy, we wouldn't have to protest. But unfortunately, we don't have much of a democracy right now. And it's being, what little remnants of democracy that we've had is being whittled away, because they're trying to pinnacle and assume all the power into one powerful position. And the worst is yet to come. Their plan isn't just, Trump is the one that is helping to build the system up. The person who they intend to have replace him is going to be far worse, because they're going to be in a position where they aren't carrying the, negative blunt of the blow that Trump is carrying, and people aren't going to associate all the negative with him. But by that time, we've already lost all of our power and all of our democracy. So we need to move away from authoritarianism. We need to move away from fascism, and we need to bring ourselves back into a sense of democracy. It is the people have the power to make the difference in our government. And I always advocate for a fourth branch of government to be installed, because this is what it's going to take in order for us to take back our country. Give the power back to the people. Determine we have personal dominion. We self-govern. It's an insular protection from local, state, and federal government from coming in and imposing their very narrow will upon you. It means that you can determine for yourself your own life, self-determination. Self-sufficient, self-sustaining, self-determined, self-reliant, self-governed individuals. Independence is what America was founded on. And that's what we need to be about, and we need to establish a more direct democracy. We have the technological means, we have the financial capacities, we have the will of the people that want more say in how they're being governed. We need to give the people a seat at the table. We need to give them a voice. We need all relevant stakeholders at the table of every decision making. We need the people to help create corrective mechanisms to hold power to account and get them the hell out of here when they start failing so badly that the negative outcome consequences is dehumanization, death, destruction, loss of life, loss of money, loss of everything. When you look at it in the big picture, who's gaining from this experience? It certainly is not everyday Americans. I travel often to rural areas where there's farmers, and I've seen since the beginning of this year, many farms closing down. It's a number of different reasons why that happened. One of the biggest ones, of course, is that there's data centers for large companies that are there that are extracting water resources that are making it so the water's not accessible to farmers anymore. So their business is not viable. Not by their fault, but by the fact that that community decided it was more important to let that water go to cooling a data center than it was to be able to let those farms continue so they can feed America and feed the world. But it's also the fact that that local government made that decision, and the relevant stakeholders, the farmers, they weren't at the seat of those tables. They were given brief opportunities to be in a tiny little room, to be able to speak their piece, but the decision makers had already made their decision because they were convinced by these powers that be, that had money, power, and influence, that this is what you want because it's going to bring in money to your area, right? And they considered that instead of the thrivability and livability and habitability of that location for people, to the point where water is no longer clean and able to be drank because it's being destroyed. The underground water system is being destroyed by these data centers. And so it's the governments in that area made poor decisions based off of incentives of money. They were driven by those decisions of money and the need to have these big companies come in because it's going to generate tax revenue, and then look at all the money we're going to be able to spend for all this other stuff. But they did it at the disadvantage and at the cost of all of these farmers who work really hard and do a really good job. and the scenery of that area has changed so much, and it's actually really sad because it was once a lush and beautiful place, and now it's turning into, like a ghost rural town, and it's unfortunate. And I mean, it's developing out in other ways, but I think that we should not let our technological advancement strip us of our humanity, and that's unfortunately what's happening. But a government official that actually cared about the people and put the people first, and the livability, habitability, beautification, sustainability of an area to be the number one consideration, and that if a company comes in and what they're trying to do doesn't fit with improving the system, but would actually take away, then that's not really what you want. You're making compromises on the wrong things. It's perfectly fine to say, we're advancing technologically in these ways, but how can we do it in a way that's intelligent enough that, again, mitigating the impacts on people as much as possible. This goes back to what I started on, is like, a total accounting of spaceship Earth to understand, what do we have? What are our resources? Where are they at? What capacity do we have to advantage having them without depleting them to the point where, it's not regenerative? Use the beautiful, magnificent, powerful systems of the planet to our advantage, without the exploitation of the planet to the point where, we bankrupt the future. Be conscious of all living entities, the plants and the animals, the birds and the bees and the trees. You gotta care about all of it. You gotta care about water systems and our water tables and our water levels and our water cycles. You have to care about all of that. You have to care about the ocean because it does a great job of absorbing carbon, but when there's too much of that and then an influx of way too much plastic particulates, then the natural ecosystems that live in the ocean that are helping us to stabilize the planet are breaking down, and we're losing our fishing. Species that have been long-standing are being endangered, and our shores are being eroded away super fast because we don't have these natural barriers and coral reefs. They're depleted. There's so many different things that are happening just below the ocean, below the below water, and then the things that are happening on land where we're degrading systems. We're cutting down massive, football fields worth of trees in the Amazon, which is literally the lungs of the planet. It absorbs carbon like none other, and these trees have been there. They're ancient. They are ancient ancestors. They've been there for so long, and they get stripped in order to, collect a little bit on the lumber that you can find there, and then create monoculture crops or have, cows or whatever. And how much of the natural, beautiful medicines of curing diseases have we lost just by blind slash and burns? The cure for cancers and any future crazy diseases that may be coming, as the world becomes more toxified, we may be exposed to things, new things, and the cure for that is laying in the Amazon forest that is now being destroyed for money. And it's just ridiculous because the people there, I understand why they do it. They're incentivized to do it, and they're driven to do it out of desperation, and a lot of them just don't care because there are no laws that stop them from doing it because the country's notion is progress, right? But there's a way to live coexisting with, especially if you lean in to the indigenous population there, who will help you to know we need to preserve these areas. And this is how you can live together with it. This is how you can plant crops, but still, uphold the integrity of the natural ecosystem. And then when we go into, the Arctic and we look at the ice that's melting, again, it reflects the sun's light, which actually keeps the ocean cool, which keeps the ice solid, which keeps this regenerative system of the water flow and the water cycle flow all in coherent balance. It's just a beautiful, it's a precision instrument. The entire planet is. And when that ice breaks down, it increases the temperature of the water in the upper parts of the ocean, which means that the cycles of the water there doesn't work like it's supposed to. It's supposed to be this whole soup stirring system up there that helps to create the appropriate distribution of the weather and then the flows of the water. And so many species depend on those water flow systems, but a lot of the species are dying because they're the smallest plankton that they depend on can't live in the higher temperatures and they die off. And then that system isn't working the way it's supposed to, and so we get massive hurricanes, worse than we've ever had before, and they come in and they just obliterate. And it's mostly on the East Coast, and the water comes in, it's massive, the winds are massive, and those storms get more intense because the natural system that is supposed to be with the water flow and the airflow and the water cycle that goes between the ice and the ocean there, and it mixes and it blends just right. Not too hot, not too cold. It's Goldilocks, perfect. That system is being disrupted now. And so because that system doesn't work, our overall atmospheric system is not working the same. And so we do have events where we have higher amounts of drought in areas, which then, cause the perfect kindling for, a trigger fire. We'll get a storm and lightning comes and strikes, and then millions of acres are lost. And then all of that carbon is released into the air. It toxifies the atmosphere. It puts pollutants in. Humans are slowly dying because we are poisoning ourselves in asphyxiation because of all the chemicals that are being brought into the atmosphere. And so all of that carbon is released from the trees, and then there's no trees to recapture the carbon, that it's been doing for all this time. And so pollution toxicity levels raise. And then, you have these severe weather events that unfortunately, places that are prone to, the severe weather highly impacting the habitable places that people have settled in, it comes and it just swoops it out. There's still places in Louisiana that they're recovering from. Katrina came in, and it's the remnants for that is still there. And how long ago was that? There's plenty of storms that have happened since then that have just been totally obliterated places, and our recovery response is really slow. And then you think every time something from 20 years ago that was built gets destroyed today and then has to be rebuilt, it's going to be twice as much because inflation and the cost of everything has gone up. So it's even more expensive as we go on, and it's kind of our charge account is depleted, And then when you think about economy, which I do very often, you think about we need a higher amount of productivity in society in order for our economy to meet the needs of now, in order to pay down what we are spending out in terms of cost of living for our society as a whole, and to the point where we are stuck in a very negative cycle of charging, in order to pay, charging years in the future of all this money of interest so that we can have buying a little bit of time for now for us to get by. And that there's eventually going to be a point in time where our productivity shrinks, but our needs and our prices are going to inflate and cost more and cost more. Systems break down, it gets more expensive to replace it over time. Weather events come in, destroy things, more expensive to replace it over time. Cost of living in general, more expenses over time. Productivity is going to reduce as our population gets limited. People are not going to be able to have children as much, and so that's going to reduce our population, which reduces our capacity to be more productive. And yeah, automation is going to come in, and I don't think of it as a scary thing. It's going to take our jobs. It's like we're going to shift. We have to shift because we need automation in order to freaking survive, but we need to shift it so that humans have more, relevant, take risks for higher things, relevant work that they do that's good work, good and quality work, so that we can use the dependable, reliabilities of automation, but humans are not left behind, which means we have to change it so that it's not about hourly work for meager pay. You need to have a living income that is a sure source, and it's definite, and it's provided for when we need to work into that particular system. But unless you take the right variables and you predict out, the tendency for things to fuck up in all of these ways, and the fact that shit hits the fan left and right on all these different ways, we're bankrupting our systems just based off of like, okay, things the way they are now, we're managing it, and as long as nothing else comes up, we'll make it. And then something else comes up, and then what do you do about it, And they're cutting social systems, and they're doing it out of a sense of desperation and lack of forethought and inhumanity, and the fact that they have no sense of strategic, development. They do not know how to balance a budget. They do not know how to run a house. They do not think of everything and everyone. And we need a leader that knows how to run a house, keep a good house in order, and that thinks of everyone and everything, and what they need. But as our trajectory is now, we're bankrupting ourselves every single day, deeper and deeper into debt. We're less capable to be productive. We are moving into trends that are like, well, we're just going to put all our eggs in this one basket, like AI or robotics or something like that, or automation. Those are not solutions. We need a dynamic, omnidirectional approach to this so that it's multifaceted. It is solving for every single variable in every single way. It's like being on a sphere, like a planet, and we're all looking up, and we each all have a piece of the pie, and we have that one thing that we can see, that we can do, that we have the craftsmanship to care for, and everybody has a piece of that pie, but we all have to work together, and it has to be in a cohesive, intentional, purposeful, intent-bound way. Like, we have a proper intended use. These are the specific outcomes we are trying to engineer. This is why we go to work. This is what we're working towards. This is what we're working on right now. What we need to work on in the next year, in the next 3 years, in the next 30 years, how we're going to build that out so that we can whittle down, the expenses of living, so that we can bring that to the efficiencies of the systems that help us to reduce the amount that it costs in living after that, and then build more in the efficiency in the system so it reduces the cost of living after that, so that we can start paying down and paying down and paying down our debt, so that we can get into a solvency. We need to be capable of, at any point in time, knowing that we could pay all of our bills, if the creditors come a-calling. America's not in that position right now, and we're not going to be in that position anytime soon, because as the current administration thinks it is priority is to make sure that the upper echelon of society, these deviant people who are very selfish and don't give a fuck about anybody else, that they don't have to pay as much in taxes. They keep more in their pocket so they can spend on luxury, frivolous crap that they don't need, pay for their, end of the world bunkers that they're thinking that they're going to need, because they, instead of investing the money in saving the world so the end of times doesn't come, they're like, fuck it, it's coming, and I'm going to hunker down, everything's going to be fine. Like, it's not going to be fine. It's going to be a way worse outcome for them, and I wish that they would wake up to that reality, but their selfishness prevents them from seeing beyond. So I want to encourage people to join in what I call the criterion echelon of society. It's where we all belong together, and we're all in this together, and we're all working towards one thing that is most important. And that is for us to make sure that the world works for 100% of the people here in the shortest amount of time possible, without ecological offense and without the disadvantage of anyone, through spontaneous cooperation. And to make sure that our outcomes that we're engineering is to make sure that everyone is faring well, in a state of well-faring, so that they can live the good life. And that we're thinking consciously about this generation and the next 7 generations, what we're doing to build up the land and make it more productive and more ample, more possible for them to do so much more than what we will ever be able to do with it. We have to consciously think about that. And it's not hard. Like, I know that many people who have been in government over the years have made it seem like it's really hard to do this. And I think it's because they come into the government and they look at it as this built system, and they gotta just come in and they gotta do what they can in these little ways to push the system and pull the levers and pull the strings, and handshakes as dollars and backroom deals with all these people they buddy partner with, and we're bipartisan, all of these things. Like, I think that they lose sight of the fact of like the service part of it. Like, you're a public servant, you're supposed to be there to serve the public for their good. It's the one job that they have, is to make sure that you are not harming people, but you're helping them to achieve their happiness. The tenets to the Constitution, which are perfectly stated in the preamble. Like, every single politician, every single person in any position of government, they take an oath to uphold the Constitution. And the main thing that they're striving for, got to get it done, is to achieve the preamble. We, the people of the United States, in order to form a more perfect union, establish justice, ensure domestic tranquility, provide for the common defense, promote the general welfare, and secure the blessings of liberty to ourselves and our posterity, to ordain and establish this Constitution of the United States. That is our job. That is what every person in any position of government, their duties to uphold that Constitution. And we as civic society, Americans, citizens and immigrants alike, visitors, just to traveling through, we all have to adhere to that. We're here in this situation together, and we have to build out this experience as one that we can all thrive on. It's our responsibility to follow through on that promise that we gave to ourselves through the Constitution. And to remember, our Declaration of Independence was to tell us we were in a shitty place before, guys, and it took a lot of fighting. It took a lot of effort, a lot of energy, a lot of determination in order to get ourselves out of that bad situation, break up with that very bad relationship, and start anew. And our Constitution left us a framework by which we can, overturn bad government at the ballot boxes, so we didn't have to have a war again. But now I see the fact that our, election system is being subverted, and it is being diminished. And this current administration is following through on the thing that they primed and prepped America for years and years and years, rigged election systems. And it's like, this is what a rigged election looks like. So when they're rigging it, nobody seems to connect the dots. And so, we have to be aware that these sorts of things are happening. And we need to be able to hold these people accountable. Like, the people that are in positions of power right now, they may talk a good game, like, we care about this and care about that. Man, we're doing this thing and this thing. But when they tell you about the things that they're doing, how is it improving your personal life, your day-to-day living? Are they helping you achieve the good life? Are they instilling more fear in you, more doubt, more uncertainty? Do they make you question whether or not the government is reliable? They're making us more suspicious of our government by the daily. They make false promises to you that, They're going to be transparent. They're going to let you see it all. They're going to let you know it all. And those things that you were wondering about, we're going to get to the bottom of this, and we're going to let the world know. The people deserve to know the truth. But then when, it comes down to it, at the end of the day, they have nothing but excuses. They have nothing but shifts in narratives. They have nothing but distractions. They have nothing but change the story, get us out of this news cycle so people forget the fact that we've been lying to them this whole time, and that we were using these concepts to drum up get you all excited about this thing, and then we're going to let you down and it's going to fall flat. And, they're not going to admit that they were lying to you the whole time. It's just like one of the things that pisses me off about Trump the most is the fact that he lied to the people of Ukraine and to Americans and to the world, and saying that he would have the Ukraine war solved within 24 hours. Before I even take office, I will have that war solved. And then later, when he realized he actually doesn't have the capacity to do that, I was joking. Not funny at all. It was actually, that's crude, that's cruel, that's deriding, that's not humorous in any way. And the fact that that's the type of person he is, and now he's saying, I really don't want to get deeply into it because it actually is trauma triggering for me to talk about such things. The whole fact that Trump is now, in his administration, is now walking back their promises to reveal to the American public what happened with the Epstein files. To me, I think the biggest problem I have with that is the fact that there will be no justice. And that just because this man is deceased doesn't in any way remove the truth of what happened. And there are many victims that need to be made whole. And there's many perpetrators that need to be made whole too, in the sense of they need to be held accountable, and they need to be brought to justice, and they need to learn to redeem themselves from their mistake, fix that mistake. And those things are not going to happen because we're not given the full meridian truth of what actually went down, what we actually know, after all of this time and effort and energy that was investigated to figure out what was going on. The truth is there, and it isn't being denied to people, even though it was promised that it was going to be revealed to people. And I think that it's not out of the realm of possibilities that there are many very powerful interests that are trying to protect the thing that they base their reputation on, and that if certain information was to be let out, there would be a lot of things that people would have to do in order to atone for their mistakes, and they don't want to face those consequences. And I think part of the problem is that it's become so public that it's become even more of a desperate situation for them. And so they're willing to do whatever it takes in order to make sure that they are kept out of the spotlight and out of the realm of consequence, which is the most unfortunate thing, because then that means that there will be no justice for the victims. They will not be able to be made whole. And so it's a really difficult situation, a really unfortunate one. And I think the fact that Trump riled up his masses of people that, yeah, we're going to get all that information. But then even, which I don't understand why people didn't hear, but it's also because, people hear what they want to hear. They don't necessarily listen for the truth. On the campaign trail, Trump even admitted, no, maybe we don't want to do that because there's, we don't want to hurt people's lives. And I mean, I know that's kind of what I just said, in the sense of like, these people are deeply concerned about their lives being ruined because of these mistakes that they made, and facing consequences of it is going to hurt them. Trump said the same exact thing, but his way was like, I'm protecting the interests of the people that probably paid him money, and then maybe he's involved with it, because I've seen pictures of him, even with his daughter Ivanka, with Epstein before, and that doesn't set well with me at all. And the fact that he was an associate of him in some regard, and hung around obviously the same circles as him or whatever, it is not unreasonable to think that Trump is protecting his own reputation and the reputation of those that are a part of his circle. And they all have to watch out for each other, because, it's kind of like the mutually assured destruction sort of thing. And that type of situation makes people very desperate. And if you are already a very powerful, rich, powerful, influential person, and you do a bad thing, you become even more desperate, and you do even more dark and sinister and unsavory and corrupt things in order to protect your ass, and cover your ass. And I think Trump already has that tendency within himself. He denies and rejects the truth constantly in order to save his own ass. So it's not unreasonable to think that he would be willing to do that with other people, and then perhaps maybe he's involved as well. And so, he would be just as much in it, in this like mutually assured destruction sort of thing, mutually assured ruin, that they're protecting one another. And so it's unfortunate that he used this ploy to get people to vote for him, and riled up his body of people who are, deep in the conspiracy of like, oh, these bad things could have happened. It's like, I don't know what happened, but I do know that there was innocence that was violated through violence against their personhood. Sexual exploitation is a deep embedded violence in some of the worst of humanity. There's no denying that happened. There's probably way more victims than we will ever fully know, but it would only be the right thing to find a way to settle the situation so that they, as victims, can be made whole, and that those who are the perpetrators are made whole, in the sense of like they have to be held accountable for their situation. And again, my sense of things is, discipline, not punishment. And I think it would be perfectly reasonable to have these people pay their debt to society to help to create positive reinforcing systems that help to protect innocence, so those sorts of things don't happen again. And I think that would be a positive thing for, these unfortunate victims to be able to look at, and they can actually be a part of too, and that could help them in their healing process. It would be a continuum of healing, so that all people can be made whole. So like, you don't have to totally destroy the person who did the wrong thing in order to set things right. And I think that would be an appropriate way to approach, I think, pretty much, any case of conflict within society. I very much believe in the system of what I call the Iron Maiden, and it's essentially just a conflict resolution mechanism that we can use as a corrective mechanism that can help us to be able to set things right, make people whole, have a process of redemption so that we can end conflict and reduce human suffering, because that's the ultimate goal: reduce human suffering and protect innocence, so that people aren't violated, and that future generations won't know of that type of thing because we've innovated it out. But with that, I think I will, again, it's a trauma trigger for me, that to the point where I don't really want to talk about it too much, though it's necessary, and I'm willing to, as is necessary. What I'd like to focus on is the redemptive parts of things, how we can innovate that out, how we can protect innocence, how we can restore integrities in our society, and our systems to make sure that justice can be served and that people can be made whole. Those are the things that I like to focus on, because it's far more constructive to focus on the things that we can do to set things right, make things go in a certain direction that leads away from that as being a potential to ever happen again, than it is to continuously mull over of all the bad things, because that's living in the victim mentality. And then holding the perpetrator in this realm of like, you're a bad person and you're irredeemable. There needs to be setting things right is literally about building out a better potential in the future. I think that's that way with all situations, whether it's a conflict between people or it's a conflict between nations. And but in order for that to happen, you have to have truth as the core, of your considerations. And in order for truth to prevail, you have to have all people to kind of like agree on that base reality, So while it's, conspiracies are helpful in a sense of like, they help you to question, like, what is truth in this situation, what really happened. We are concerned that there might have been something else going on here, and we want to be prepared to know if that's a real variable of things that can happen. So, because then with that information, right, at least this is where I hope conspiracy theorists try to take it, with that information, we now know what we have to do in order to protect, innovate that problem out. Because some conspiracies end up becoming truth. I think that they all have a kernel of truth to them, but it's where people get like super crazy in it or whatever, especially those who profit off of it. Excuse me, those who make money off of perpetrating lies, twist fact attacks, make things seem like they are something that they aren't, create illusions, deceptions, giving people a skewed and perverse look at the world, and then they don't know what's truth in reality. It's like the dangerous questioning of what is reality is the problem with most conspiracy theories, because people take it way too extreme. Everything in moderation, right? But I think that the problem where not having an agreeable truth that we can all agree on makes it so that we can't have dialogue, we can't exchange discourse in a civil way. You have people that are like, this is the truth, and people are like, this is the truth, and it's like, my truth doesn't match your truth. It's like, but there is kernels of it that do, and you have to find that common truth and build off of that a mutual understanding. You may never see eye to eye on things exactly, but you have to be able to come to a natural accord of acceptance that this shouldn't be a thing that prevents us from moving on, or a thing that prevents us from, creating those mechanisms that prevent these sorts of things from happening, Like, if it is something we seriously need to consider, there's a potential to, yeah, let's do something about it. But we have to do it in such a way where we're operating off of facts and truths, not fantasies and fabrications. Misinformation is really an unfortunate tool that bad actors with nefarious intent use in order to drum up, chaos and controversy, in order to instill in people a sense of fear, and then they become reactive, and that reactive sense is an energy that can be extracted by people who want to exploit you for your fear, uncertainty, and doubt. But that is a lot of what the MAGA movement does. It's a lot of what Trump has based his entire political platform on, is fear, uncertainty, doubt, denials, rejections of, long-standing truths, and denials of reality. And not in a way that, as we develop an understanding over time, a body of knowledge, it grows, in some things that we used to think were truths get replaced with new things as we realize, oh no, this is the more complete truth. That's what science does. It's perfectly fine to let go of, things that we believed were true before when we accept new truths that are more true based off of, tangibilities, realities, based off of facts and figures. It can be, plot pointed out in terms of like, if I can draw these conclusions, other people can draw these conclusions. It's reasonable to say this is likely to be the truth. Facts and figures and the reality of things, when we observe and we measure it, come out with these results. I'm sure that's a tangibility, so the likelihood of that being actual fact is such that we can start operating off of that being the new basis of, truth. And when people are honest about their observations and their measurements and things like that, their considerations and, their witnessing of the way things are, then you're actually able to formalize a more coherent truth. But when you have people that are continuously and consistently lying, you're not able to base anything in truth. And unfortunately, that's what Trump is all about. He's a fabricator. He is a performer. He works like everything is, he's still in this reality TV show. He just like lives in that paradigm. And in that paradigm, there's no consequences when you are, eccentric on TV. That improves your ratings or whatever, right? And it's okay if you give the illusion that something's happening, because the camera's pointed there and the narrative is speaking this way and all the people are in agreement. That's what I do. When that happens and this happens, we're all in it together, and it's a big orchestration. Everything about his administration is an orchestration. He lives in that paradigm. He operates off it. The people in his administration come from that entertainment background as well. I mean, I know they call it news, but it's, entertainment media. It's not fact-based. And so they create this entire elaborate scheme, and it's nothing but theater. And it's a play of tragedies, unfortunately, because it's not resulting in anything that is positive outcomes for anyone except for just a few people at the top. But because Trump can't adhere to the truth, he's not willing to consider, different perspectives. He's not able to be open to the possibilities that he may be wrong and the people around him may be, just telling him what he wants to hear instead of what he needs to hear. And so he's operating off of incomplete, incoherent, cultivated information instead of like facts and truth and reality. And so he can't make the appropriate decisions. And then he has people that are writing up these executive orders. He doesn't even read them. He's like, this says this in it, doesn't it? All right, I trust you. And he just signs it away. He doesn't read it, just like people in Congress didn't read his big, beautiful bill. So you don't know what you're getting yourself into. And because you have people that aren't operating off of honesty, they're not willing to discover together in co-creative, collaborative means what the truth is, substantiate that truth with reality, and then operate from that set of known variables in order to proceed out in the best case scenario that we can predict in this scenario universe, what might likely be our necessary trajectory to pivot towards, move into, build out for, whatever. If you can't anticipate what's coming because you're denying the truth of where you are, and your vision of where you're going is made off of this rough sketch of like, we're going to demonize a certain population, we're going to enrich and ennoble a certain part of the population, and we're just going to say fuck you to the rest of everybody else. That's pretty much the plot point of his entire administration. We're never going to get anywhere that's going to be worthwhile, and we're going to have more national tragedies that are going to end up happening, and people aren't going to be prepared for responding to them. And the government is not going to be responsive to their needs because they're not going to be able to meet those needs for themselves. They're going to have an external source to come out and to help to provision, accommodate, steward, support them for a time until they can get back up on their feet again and move on in healing. And we are not set up for that type of success in this nation. And so it seems unreasonable that we have elected an official in his administration and all these people he's appointing to all these positions who are not suited for those roles. Not just for the fact that they're not skilled or experienced in it, they're not knowledgeable about it, but just because they don't give a fuck. They don't care. And the number one factor for determining whether somebody is an appropriate servant, public servant, is the care factor. What do they care about? And they care about, popularity contests. They care about their public image. They care about profits that they can make. They care about the prestige they can get rained on themselves. They care about how people are, willing to bend to their will. They like wielding the power and watching people bend on their knees, Like, how dare Trump, laugh at other nations that he is, through his tariff war, essentially raping these people very publicly, and stripping them of their dignity, stripping them of their sovereignty and their right to choose for themselves their way. He's forcing them into a situation that they are put at a complete disadvantage because America has so much power. And unfortunately, we misplace that power into the hands of somebody that doesn't know how to wield it in any way other than to his own personal advantage. He is a PR champion, His entire business model is branding everything with his name. It's kind of like, a dog that pisses on everything to mark his territory. I mean, that's his business model. And he makes profit off of selling people novelty crap, useless things that they don't need with his brand on it. And so it's important that his name is in lights, and it's the most important thing, and that's all you consider. And so that power for him to take my name is President Trump, I'm the President of the United States. He takes that power that has been, vested in him by the people, and he misuses it by wielding it in order to subject our friends or friendly nations to, bend to his will. Everybody wants to negotiate with Trump, and he laughed about it, and then he made a promise he would have 100 deals in 100 days, and now he's had to push that date out even farther because they don't know what they're doing. And fortunately, many of these nations are standing their ground, being like, fuck you, coming in here, bossing us around, you, the dictator of the world. But some of them have to, play nicey nice with Trump, because if you upset him, he'll get a wild hair up his ass, and all of a sudden you have 100% tariff. He's not wielding this power, with any sense of like intelligence, consciousness, reasonableness. There's no, strategy to this at all. It's just like fucking going in and whatever. Like, what happens when I press this button? Like, you don't understand there's a consequence on the other side of that, And maybe he does. Maybe he has people around him that are telling him, if you do this thing, it's actually going to result in this thing happening that isn't so great. And he's probably just like, does that affect me personally? No, sir, it doesn't affect you personally. Well, fuck it, let's do it, And that's a lot of what I see happening and what he's doing. And to me, it's not reasonable that we allow this, man-child to go, who lacks discipline, who has never in his life had to be accountable, who knows nothing about taking responsibility. He can't take ownership for anything. It's always somebody else's fault, and he passes the buck, And it's sad because, especially with the fact that our soft power as a nation has been developed for so long, doing goodwill in the world. Being the leader of the free world is about doing goodwill, advancing it to others, promoting democracy, because democracy stands for the people's will. That's what it stands for, you know. And America stands for go forth and freedom go with you, and we're trying to extend that freedom to everybody else, you know. And we want them to have the free will to make their own decisions, determine their own things. And we want to give them, you know, what they need in order to be supported so they can promote democracy, because the more that we have free people in the world living by their own terms, you know, the more free and safe the rest of the world becomes. Because it's when you have an enclosed system of authorities that are massively concentrated in the power of a few people over the many people that you have the, you know, manifestations of these violence, you know, tendencies in people coming out, because they're like, you know, the dog eat dog, mighty crush the weak, free for all hellscape, which is what Trump is exactly cultivating in this nation. It's always, you know, the winner takes most. You have to be, you know, you have to be willing to step on the little man. It's either, you know, I could either stand by and watch it happen, or I can be involved with it, sort of thing, but to the point where you're willing to let go of values and virtues within yourself in order to be a part of the in crowd, you know, or not be left behind. Or to not, you know, be as close to the concentration power of evil as possible, so that you're at least not on the other side of, you know, their violence. So you're not the victim, you know. You're either with us or against us, which is very much what Trump's narrative is. And he's trying to force that upon the rest of the world. And it's promoting that. And there are nations that are less free than we are, and while we are losing a lot of our freedoms on the daily because of Trump's behaviors and, you know, his lack of poise and his position of power, those who have less freedom than us, they struggle with these power struggles and the dog eat dog, mighty crush the weak, free for all hellscape that causes violence. And again, read the book, The Locust Effect. It very much tells you, like, this is the kind of stuff that proliferates until you solve for it, which is very much a part of the human condition. And you have to change within the hearts of the people themselves first in order to make, you know, progress. But then you have to reinforce systems that support that. It's going to just get worse. And so these nations struggle with that. And then what happens when it struggles, which this I don't get why Trump, you know, great businessman, right, doesn't see the fact that when nations are stabilized and their people are living in a state of democracy and of peace, they are able to operate in a more capitalistic, free market approach society. They can help to develop best practices and efficiencies in the systems and help to be able to find ways to draw down pricing in the market, which makes the economy more fluid and efficient and effective, and it helps people to have more capacity so you can make smarter deals with them. Let's look at just in the capacity of Ukraine. Like, if all of the money that they've had to invest in their survival and you know, protecting themselves against an adversary that's come in and to attack them, if they didn't have to invest all that time, that effort, that energy, and that money doing that, they could have developed out their systems to have their own, you know, mining system, and America wouldn't have had to invest the money into building out those systems for them. And, you know, granted, America's getting some sort of piece of that pie now or whatever because Trump is trying to negotiate that. It would have been much better if Ukraine could do that for themselves and then offered us in mutualities. Hey, we got this awesome thing here going on. You know, we're doing a good job. We've invested in this stuff. Our people have developed their skills and they're becoming really great crafters of this particular thing, you know, and we can trade that with you because there's something that you have that we would really like to be able to have, because that's going to help us level up in our systems over here, you know, and mutualities. So we can build up a system so we have a strong, reinforced system of stability throughout the nations, you know. It would be to the advantage of America more so for them to help Ukraine become a safe and sound democratic nation of, their own positive self-sovereign integrities, protections, and all of these things, so they can take care of themselves, to help them have the capacity to defend themselves and protect themselves and preserve themselves, than it would be for us to go in and then create this extraction system of it's like a vampire coming in and saying, we're going to extract from you because we know you need us. And it's only because you need us that we can take from you, and that's Trump's sense of negotiation. That's what he's doing with all the tariffs, with every nation. You need us. It's a privilege to do business with America. It is a part of the natural process of society. We need each other. And we all are really good at our crafts and our capacities, and we should have a fluid system that works with that, that's fair and reasonable to everybody. And I don't think trade deficit is any way to measure anything. I think that it should be based off of, we have to have a reasonable agreement with one another that no one person should have a massive concentration of anything if our society is supposed to be, effectively globalized, where we don't have the dog eat dog, mighty crush the weak, free for all hellscape, which leads to instabilities, which leads to violence, which leads to the proliferation of conflict, which leads to the potential tudes of war to be able to pop up and arise, and all of these things. If we're going to create a safe and sound place, it's going to have to be about everybody in it together to do this thing. And that's where stewardship comes in. Faring stewardship is not just about, saving the planet. I model the framework of this off of achieving the 17 Sustainable Development Goals authored by the United Nations. 17 very specific, constructs that very simple, short, sweet, to the point, easy to recognize, easy to accomplish if we, choose that's the directive we're going towards. Many different metrics they've developed over the years, a really true understanding of this is how we achieve what I like to, say as what has been my ultimate question, which is, how do we as a collective create a collective cultural shift of the whole of humanity to align and in tune with an ever more healthy, sustainable, just, peaceful, fair, reasonable, right, safe and sound world? And the UN Sustainable Development Goals gives a positive framework by which to do that. And then we understand, just like Buckminster Fuller told us, we need a whole accounting of the entire planet. This has been able to be achieved in terms of our boundaries, our limitations of our safe operating space of the planet has been determined with planetary boundaries. And when we think of the planetary boundaries as our limitations, we have to stay within these. We have to be able to maneuver ourselves within that safe operating space. Our Sustainable Development Goals helps us to understand how to develop within that safe space in a reasonable way to achieve the outcomes that we would want, engineer the outcomes that we want. Stewardship is about accommodating that, accommodating, provisioning, stewarding, supporting, everything that is necessary in order to make sure that works, and to do that for everybody. Because again, if you have instabilities in one part of the planet, then it actually disrupts your supply chain systems that you need to be able to build something over here. Like the concept of Taiwan is in a very precarious situation right now, and we rely a lot on what they have there. And yeah, companies are mad dash to try to build out their chip processors or whatever in other places because of this uncertainty of what might be going down in Taiwan anytime soon. Reasonable. We shouldn't put all our eggs in one basket, but it is far more intelligent to take an approach to make sure that they are self-sovereign, autonomous, self-determined. They have their personal dominion of their nation, and that we all live in accordance with respecting those boundaries. This is what the United Nations was supposed to be about. This is what NATO was supposed to be about. We all understand and respect everybody's sovereignty, and we're willing to go and stand with you in solidarity to make sure that that's not going to be infringed upon by somebody who wants to take it upon themselves to overstep their own personal bounds and, take things beyond what is reasonable, and to do so in such a way that is not right, and then try to do violence upon you. We have to be able to protect that sense. And if we don't do that for everybody, then we are making ourselves more vulnerable to somebody deciding one day to aim at us, It's the concept that Martin Luther King said. It's like injustice anywhere is injustice, everywhere. And injustice for you is just as much of a chance for injustice for me. And so it's like you have to, in some sense, put yourself in the shoes of other people and say, I would never wish that upon myself, golden rule. I would never wish that upon my child, golden rule. So why would you let it happen to other people? You really shouldn't. And so reasonable people, reasonable society, reasonable civilization, reasonable nations consider themselves, a part of something that's much larger than what can be done alone. And it's this sense of this mutualities, these mutual accords. It's mutual respects, mutual securities, mutual benefits, mutual safety, mutual understanding of what it's going to take in order to, protect our mutual interests. And, that's what NATO was all about. And Trump is trying to abandon that. He does not see the value in it because, of course, a self-centered person would never see the value of cooperation and collaboration in something where we're all in this together and everybody mutually benefits, I do think it was a great thing that people are increasing their capacity to defend themselves. I don't think that metric should be based off of money. I think it should be based off of your capacity to defend yourself should be increased. And if you can prove yourself capable of doing that without having a high dollar number attached to that, that should be reasonable. I think that opens a door for innovation opposed to waste is fraud, right? Where there's the entire military industrial complex is all about the dollars. And if they can, get a contract and say, oh, it costs this much and then inflate it to this much and this much, they can just funnel endless amounts of money into themselves, and they do. So the war machine is kind of like an ATM for some companies, and so they like to generate it. They like to have conflict and instability in nations across the world because they know that they'll be able to drum up more business. They'll be able to justify building more weapons of destruction and death. And the cost is not just about the money. It is literally about the lives and the fact that we are losing the future. We are bankrupting the future, sacrificing the future for a few people to profit right now, and that's not reasonable. Trump doesn't realize that, and he also doesn't realize the loss of the soft power of building up these, cooperative relationships with other nations. I mean, he's fighting with, bullying Canada into thinking like, we're going to turn you into the 51st state, I'm going to take Greenland and, Panama Canal is all mine, these sorts of things. It's like, that's very imperialistic, and it's a sense of America's so great and we're so powerful, we can just have anything we want, and I'm eyeing all the things that look good, and that's on the buffet tonight, and I'm going to take it all in for me, and it's mine, and it's in America's best interest to have those things. No, honestly, it's in America's best interest, which is the same concept that I really wish the, elite, deviant echelon would understand, is that unless you can stop the end of times from happening, shit's going to hit the fan, and it's going to limit your options. It's going to make your world much smaller, and you're going to put yourself in a position where you're going to have to defend yourself against things that the natural immunity of society, civil society, kept at bay. You're going to bring out the absolute worst in people, and you think things are bad now, man, it is only going to get worse in terms of human tendencies of, again, when they're putting backed against the wall in desperate situation, left to their own devices, people will do. And if they have been taught in their head or are convinced by society that it's a dog eat dog, mighty crush the weak, free for all hellscape, what's going to be your response? More than likely it's going to be violence, and then that's just going to be this compounding effect, and solving for that's going to be harder and harder, especially as the free world shrinks and shrinks and people become less and less free, and they're more and more dependent on some high authority to make decisions for you. And if you don't make the decisions, if you don't do what they decide that is best for you because you don't think that's not right for me, they have ways of handling you and dealing with you, and they don't care if it's harmful. I think there's so much more to be said about all this. My biggest thing is I see the world as being a place full of potentials. Some of those potentials are really bad. Some of those potentials are extraordinary, amazing. Other ones are like, it's actually pretty good. It's not bad, and we have choices that we make every single day. And unfortunately, no one person can make those decisions. And because of that, we have to have some sort of accordance to make those decisions together that can work in our mutual best interest. And I think that the only way that America will be able to achieve a sense of all of us working together in a way that really optimizes our system of government, our system of economics, our system of organization, our system of our ways of living, our system of infrastructure, our system of industry, innovation, technology, all of these things. We have to have a national narrative that is cohesive, that is collective, that is responsive to the needs of now and befit the times, that is responsive to the will of the people, that gives people agency, capital, resource, seat at the table, and helps us to know that there is going to be challenges ahead. And we are going to have to compromise on some things, but not in a sense of like compromising on values and virtues, the good things, but compromising on the fact that the way things have been going obviously has not been working because many people are at a disadvantage. We have to be willing to let go of old paradigms in order to create new ones together. And we have to be able to come together in a mutual agreement of how to do that. I really believe that well-faring stewardship is a way to create that cohesive narrative that we can share. We can embed this stewardship archetype in the American identity, and we can all work together on collaborative, models of development in business and industry and ways of living and our creative capacities, our arts, our roots, our culture. All of these things amass together to surround around this concept of that we are a nation of stewards. We are all about making sure that the world works for everyone without the disadvantage of anyone, so nobody gets left behind and everybody lives the good life. And there's more than enough to go around for everybody. Remember this, love for a child does not diminish when you have another child. It grows and grows and grows in that capacity. And the more that we invite people into this experience of stewardship, the more that love grows, and that capacity to love one another, respect, appreciate one another, be grateful for one another, unconditional, solicitous, positive regard for one another. And we have that chance and that opportunity to do it when we set aside our differences in terms of identifying with these other things. Like, not saying stewardship means that if you are a steward, you can't be MAGA. You can certainly be MAGA, but I know that the stewardship, we will call it a perspective. It's like putting on rose-colored glasses. And when you see MAGA through the lens of stewardship, it actually starts to make a little bit more sense in terms of like, well, what does that stand for? How does that look in your daily life, you know? Because then it becomes not about Trump and, you know, get behind Trump and everything he says. It's about like, oh wow, the decisions I make affect myself and my family, but they also affect my neighbor and my community. And, you know, if I do this, like, I will be in service to others, and, you know, I will be able to provide for my family because I'm doing this thing, but then it also helps the rest of society, and things will start to get better. This thing that I really didn't like that was happening over here goes away because we're solving for that together as a society, and I can trust my neighbor is going to do the right thing, and that I don't have to be afraid of them. I don't have to be afraid to walk the streets. I don't have to be afraid to go to school or a shopping mall or, you know, a concert or something. I don't have to worry about people, you know, suspiciously taking it upon themselves to, you know, inflict harm and violence on other people, because we have co-created a sense of what is, you know, social and civic ideals. We've inculcated it, we're living by it, we're adhering to it. You know, those are the sorts of things that make America great, is knowing that we live in a nation that it is possible to create a welcoming situation that everybody can thrive on, you know. And for those people who don't identify with Make America Great, they identify with other things, they can recognize too, like, this is a welcoming place for them to involve with as well. You know, the woke culture, whatever that means, you know, Black Lives Matter, you know, all the people that coalesce around the concept of, you know, we need to make sure people know that Black Lives Matter, you know. And it's not saying that, you know, white lives don't matter because black's more important. No, it's like, we matter too, care about us as well. This is for you as well. And everything, all the energy, the motivation, the advocacy that you do in that part is stewardship too. Is just in a different way. It's a facet of it, just like Making America Great is a facet of it. But in nowhere in this model is there room for violence or fear or segregation or discrimination or hatred and violence. These sorts of things, they don't have a place in that system, because they actually work against our collective best interest of creating an ever more healthy, sustainable, just, and peaceful world. And within the system, we recognize there's going to be conflicting interests, and we have mechanizations by which we can utilize a, you know, conflict resolution system to dissolve the negative impacts of our differences and distill them down to easy to resolve, simple solution-based approaches that may help us not necessarily completely quash the whole, you know, controversy, but put us in a state where we're actually able to come to the table and dialogue about it, and to discourse and to discuss and to debate about it in a reasonable way, where, you know, it doesn't end up turning into such an inflamed flare up, you know, that, you know, turns everything right back looped into a cycle of conflict. Like, we have to be able to dispel that and divert that energy into constructive mechanisms instead of destructive. And this concept of stewardship gives us a way to come to the table about it and to solve for the problems of corruption. You know, we have people like Trump and many people in the MAGA cohort who are making the money off of Trump's controversy and his chaos and, you know, all the bad things he's doing. They're making money off of it, even just for the fact that they're like, no, MAGA's the way to go, everybody come around this, and I'm going to sell you a t-shirt, you know, and these sorts of things. And it's like, their whole livelihoods, their whole identity is embedded in that, and so they need it to keep going. And that chaos and that controversy, they thrive off of it, they feed off of it, and they get a kick out of it, they love it, you know. But what does that do really? When you take all that stuff away, let's just say you don't have that capacity anymore. What do you stand for? What do you have, What can you say when you lay your head down on the pillow at the end of the night? What did you do to help make the world a better place? What did you do in service to your fellow human being? What did you do in order to make the world a more welcoming place for your children, for your grandchildren, or for your nieces and nephews, or, for, the kids in your neighborhood, or just children in general? Like, what have you done to make the world a better place? And in most cases, people have nothing to account for but selfish tendencies. I did this for me today, And it doesn't necessarily mean you have to go out and give yourself a complete 100% service to others to the point where you don't care for yourself. Like, there has to be that perfect blend of, like, caring for yourself, caring for your family, caring for, your neighborhood and your neighbors and your coworkers and these sorts of stuff. You have to be able to not give too much of yourself that you don't have enough to sustain yourself, because eventually you wither. It's just like the plants I was telling you about earlier. Like, if you don't have the nutrients and the necessities of life, eventually you will wither and die. So you have to replenish that, and you have to, like, take time to, be, self-care. You have to take care of your human, your flesh vessel, and you have to do the things that are necessary to keep your mind settled in the right place. And so, you're not triggered in the wrong situation to observe things in the wrong way and then operate out of, misconceptions, which create the misunderstandings, which flare up conflict, which creates controversy, and violence and chaos, can spill out from there if people don't have reasonable sense of self-control. And so it's, like, really a part of our responsibility to take ownership for that. But I think that giving stewardship as this reasonable thing that you can apply yourself to every day, like, it's kind of like, I love to-do lists. I love lists. But having a to-do list and saying, I'm going to get X, Y, and Z done today. This is top priority. It's most important. It's urgent. It's necessary. This is it's important. I should probably get it done at some point in time today. This is the thing I can put it off till later. And this is just like, whatever. It doesn't matter. It's not really important. And you get those things done, check it off your list. And if you know that that list is going towards actually achieving an outcome that we collectively have decided on, this is what we're working on together, it gives you so much more pride and prestige in your life to know that you're doing something with everyone else that isn't just about yourself. It isn't just about your circumstance or your situation. It's kind of like I think of, again, the doomsdayers that are all about, I'm gonna hunker down with all of these supplies, and I'm gonna get my guns, and I'm gonna defend myself when shit hits the fan and the world ends or whatever. I'm gonna be all right. But to me, it's like, it's more reasonable to value immensely the systems that we have created of stability and safety and sanctuary and these sacred things that we've established for ourselves in society together, that we need one another for in order for them to function optimally. To value those things, and to value the fact that you need other people to be capable and cared for and cared about in order for them to fulfill their role in society, so society functions, so that you can benefit from it. It's more important to think about that and keep that going than it is to hunker down. It reminds me actually of, there was this person that I dated once that it took a turn for the worse when they started getting deeply into conspiracy theory craziness stuff. And his whole idea was about going off somewhere and hunkering down and, survival mode sort of thing. because he was convinced by these conspiracy theorists that the world was going to end and it's going to be this terrible place and shit's hitting the fan and anarchy and chaos and madness and he got deeply drawn into that. Like, that whole rabbit hole is very easy for weak-minded and spineless people to be drug into. But he tried to take me down into it too, but for me it was like, it didn't calculate right. Like, it doesn't make sense. If the world is really going to hell in a handbasket, you know, like, don't you think the more intelligent thing to do would be to stop it from going that way? You know, I'm not okay with just trying to save myself. I want to save everyone. What do we need to do in order for that to happen, you know? And so while I did get pulled into the fear of like, oh my gosh, really, things are actually not great, and that there's people that are so desperate to, you know, think that things are so shitty that they're doing these extreme things and hunkering down and stuff. It's like, whoa, that's not healthy. But there should be something that we can do to correct for this, you know, mistake and set things on a good trajectory. And I would much rather save everyone than to just try to save myself. While I do think it's important, you know, save myself, preserve myself, these sorts of things, you know, my life is very valuable to me, very important. You know, it's precious. But at the same time, I know that my life is an interdependent relationship with many different people, and that as much as they depend on me, I depend on them. And I am grateful for everybody in society doing their part, doing their good work every day, however they can, showing up. I try as best I can to have as much patience with people as I can, because everybody's fighting their own battles, and I don't know, you know, what side of the bed they woke up on that day. I sometimes wake up on the wrong side of the bed, you know, but I do my best to try to bring myself back into love and accord and be like, that's not really who I am as a person. I'm really just a tender, kind, compassionate, loving, fun, you know, happy person that loves to, you know, champion for the best version of people and compliment them and help to inspire them to be their best and all of this, and to bring little sparkles and glimmers of joy wherever I can. But sometimes I have bad days too. Like, if I get hangry, you know, watch out. And if I'm too tired, like, these sorts of things, like, everybody has their limits. We're humans. And so I understand other people have that too, and I don't know what's going on in their day, so I try to extend as much patience as I have for them. Everybody has their limits though. But to me, it's just like, you know, if we can all just make a little bit of room for us to be considerate of one another's, patient with one another, then we would be able to avoid a lot of unnecessary and undue suffering and actually ease the suffering of others, you know? I think that's what good governance is about, you know, individuals themselves understanding their role that they can play in the daily lives of easing the suffering of others. It's something that I learned personally from years of doing caregiving, as that being one of my roles of the good work I've done in my life and the many various versions of work that I've done. I've learned a tremendous capacity from every role that I've taken on myself. But in caregiving, it was about learning about the patience and listening to the voice of the person, not just what they're saying, but what they mean, you know, and what they're trying to be about, and really what is going to, like, make them feel whole in that moment and heard and cared for and cared about. And it's important because that means you're considerate of others, and it's a precious, you know, power that people have, which naturally comes out in good caregivers. And I think that leadership is about caregiving. You have to care in order to lead people in any reasonable way that's going to be in their best interest. I think it's also, you know, coming from parenting and being a parent myself, knowing that I want my children to be free and independent and to express themselves and be their best version, pursue life, liberty, and happiness in whatever way is, you know, compelled by their own heart song, like, this is where I'm supposed to be, this is what I'm supposed to do, and I'm all about it. I'm full support of anything, with the exception of, I don't do violence. Violence is wrong, but I cultivate an environment for my children to explore and just discover, and to feel safe in their space of that discovery, and able to find out what really it is all about this human experience, their purpose and their place here, without me telling them what to do, what to think, or what to feel, while you still need to have conform and constraints. It's like, I really do have your best interest at heart. You do need to know there are limits and bounds. There are things about the world you have not yet been, knowledgeable about. I'm trying to protect your innocence as much as possible, because when that happens, you actually have more room to be free, really trying to help to cultivate that sense of, like, really discover that childlike nature in you, to be just so open to the world and playful, and to not lose that throughout your life. So, cultivate that as much as possible. But then also helping to learn the hard lessons as they come, this sorts of thing. This is part of parenting. And, it's like, one of my favorite quotes is like the sense of, a good parent takes their children where they want to go. Great parent, truly great parent takes their children where they don't necessarily want to go, but where they ought to be, where they need to be. And I think the same thing is true for leadership. And but also in the sense of, like, somewhere where you would actually want to go. I never understood the concept of, like, a parent trying to form their child in their image and then make them grow up in their path, or conform to their sense of, like, this is who you are, like, I named you and that's your name and that's who you are and that's what you're about. I raised you, I know who you are, it's almost as if there are parents that can't see their children for who they are, but what they are, like a possession. And I think that's deeply irresponsible of people to look at others as possessions, an ends to a means, that sort of thing. But I think that has provided me with a really deeply sympathetic view of the world being a parent. I think there's certain lessons and understandings in the world that you can only get by being a parent. While you can still understand it as being just a caregiver, and you can understand it in being like having pets or things like that, or being like an aunt or an uncle or something like that. Being a parent, it's very different. It's knowing that the well-being of this life is being fostered by your intentions and your guidance and your integrities and your sense of what can complete this person's development enough that they can continue on with what they've received and do well and be well. That's something that you can really only truly experience. It's a gift of parenting, and not everybody wants to be a parent, so not everybody has that experience. But I still think that in a sense of hearing the stories of parents in that capacity, you can sympathize and relate in such a way where you can at least grasp the concept of the value of that. And that would hopefully be able to, make all people be super appreciative of children and want to protect them in their innocence, but at the same time, give them room to grow and to be who they need to be and how they choose to show up in the world. And to help to champion for them to become their best version. That's another aspect of, parenting and caregiving have really helped me to develop a very unique perspective of the world. And I know that it is actually the reason why I have devoted so much of my life to trying to figure out how to create this, omnidirectional outcome firm by which a model of doing business in the world can help to orchestrate these, outcomes that are being engineered in certain specific ways, certain specific times to achieve very intentional outcomes. All of that has come from all of my experiences, and it is for the love of my children. Like, everything I do is for them, and in dedication to them, knowing that I want to make the world better for them and for their children and all children throughout time, because I think it's important that we foster a safe space for people to hold on to their childlike spirit. I have worked very hard my entire life to be able to hold on to that, because it has helped me to be able to see the world in such a way where, I love, respect, and appreciate everybody. I have kindness and compassion, and I think that we would have happier, healthier people if they were able to retain their childlike nature for much longer in their lives, and if they could learn the spirit of keeping that going at all times. I think it's the proper way to spiritually develop and grow, is with that sense of, not taking yourself or the world too seriously, but at the same time understanding, this is a lifelong learning process that you're a part of, and so you have to, figure out the challenge and solve the puzzle, of your life and of the larger human puzzle, but to do so in such a way that you're having fun and it's creative and it's entertaining, and it's like the fun from your youth is ever living throughout your entire experience, and you just take it on like it's an adventure, and it's like, pick your own adventure game. What do you want to do today? What do you want to be about? And I think that if we had more of that in society, we'd have less of the old cranks coming in and bossing us around, telling us what to do, think, and feel. And we would have, less anger and resentment and hatred and violence and cruelty and these sorts of things. I think that we would have more innocence protected, and so there would be less violent perpetrators down the line, for people who wrong was done to them, they weren't able to be made whole, justice wasn't served, and so they end up turning around and becoming bad themselves. A lot of that gets solved for. I think that's why the family unit is super important to the work that I do, because the family unit, domestic arts and science, these are all core, essential, important, because doing that helps to create happy, healthy people, which in turn makes society happier and healthier. And over time, we can just kind of like grow out of this stage that we're in as a species, where we're, destructive and deviant and hooligans and, doing things that are not in our best interest, that sort of thing. But we have to give ourselves time to be able to survive enough to evolve as a species to get to that point where we are more mature in our decision making, and stewardship helps us to be able to do that. It helps us to prolong our lives, makes our lives more rewarding, more fulfilling, helps us to come together in a cohesive bond, intentional way. That's the type of future that I want to work towards. That's the type of future that I want to see, and all the useless and antiquated notions of rifting and fighting, pitting side against side, goes away. We can stop the inefficiencies of the systems of government, which actually, are set in their ways of not solving problems, because if they don't have these problems to run on anymore, they can't get reelected. Solve out those problems, because there will always be new problems. There will always be some new challenges ahead, instead of it being like this constraining, confining, and the walls are closing in on us and making it a more desperate situation for everybody because we're not taking care of the shit that needs to be focused on right now. We can solve for these things and then be able to take risks for higher things, because then we'll have new challenges ahead that we have to focus on. Like, get our act together here on planet Earth. Like, how can we steward planet Earth, spaceship Earth, and we're all crew on spaceship Earth, as Buckminster Fuller would say. How do we get ourselves to that position where we can all be good, so that maybe we can extend to the stars in a sustainable, healthy, peaceful way, resilient way. You can't do any of that if you worry about conflict here. It actually reminds me of one of my favorite sci-fi books. And in it, it's called Eclipse, and in it, like, there's this, we've become a spacefaring civilization here off of planet Earth, and we've found some other alien species, like, I guess, spoiler alert, we go there and we're investigating, we're trying to understand how this massively, wholly advanced species, brilliant, cease to exist. And we're trying to understand why they cease to exist, because we're hoping somewhere in understanding how they ceased, we might be able to save ourselves from ceasing to exist. And in that process, there were people on planet Earth that didn't think it was worth funding this research of going and finding out. They made more money off of warring and touring with one another, and they got to keep power as long as we're warring, so they didn't want the solution to come back. So they just cut off everybody that was on this other planet. And all the hard work, they found the answer, all the hard work they did was for naught, and then they ended up dying. Again, spoiler alert, sorry. Great book though, still read it. Because they were cut off from society, from planet Earth, because they didn't want the solution, because the warring and touring kept the people in power in their chains of power. And then when they cut them off, just enough distractions, a little bit of time, people on planet Earth forgot that we ever had gone out to the stars, that it ever even happened. They forgot about it. And so all those people were for naught. It didn't matter. And to me, it's like, see, that's why we can't go to space. If we don't get our act together here, there would be nothing preventing planet Earth from just cutting you off, and then you're all dead. So it's most reasonable to help to make sure we have a stable, orderly, common, cohesive, bonded relationship here on planet Earth, where we dissolve the problems that we have here before we start to venture off to other places. Otherwise, it really is a waste of resources, and it's going to be for naught. There's going to be nothing we're going to be able to get back from that if one day warring factions decide to do nuclear war, and then what, the people up here are screwed. We can't have that sort of like instability happen. I do recognize, planet B safety precautions, because you never know what might end up happening. It's important to save the light of consciousness, all of that. Totally agree. Great idea. But you have to understand that one of the biggest variables is that it takes a whole lot more than what you think it's going to take to be able to make that a realization and actualization. And so it's important to build out the necessary stabilities here so that they're positively reinforced, so that you could eventually get there one day. You have to take care of step one before you can go to step two, and if you invest everything all in the basket of step two, and you let step one go to shit, like, everything that you put over here could have been benefiting here in step one, so that it actually is secure and stable, and instead you destabilize it even further by focusing on step two too much, and then you lose the whole thing. So it's it's reasonable to want to have planet Earth to be brought into a more stable situation. It's better to look at stewardship as the reasonable means to advance ourselves to become an ever more sustainable, just, and peaceful, technologically advanced civilization, so that we could potentially have the capacities to go beyond. I used to have my work actually focused around trying to convince people of our future in space, because it was like, that's a big enough thing. Everybody should be excited about it. Remember, like we had JFK was like, we choose to go to the moon because this is the cool thing to do, guys. This is a necessary thing, and we have the capacity. We're going to get it done in this decade. We're going to do it, not because it's easy, but because it's hard. It's a challenge. We're putting ourselves to do it. And it was enough that so many people were excited about it, and sensed it was for their well-being, so they naturally, spontaneously cooperated with it. So I thought it would be enough to draw people in to want to involve themselves in the concept of stewardship, because, the great outcome of going to space would be involved and enmeshed with it. But the way that the space barons are leading it in that direction is very much a part of the deviant echelon of society. It's self-centered, it's selfish, it's inconsiderate, and it's kind of like the reverse effect of that book I was saying. It's like they're the people on planet Earth that have decided we're cutting you off, and then leaving everybody else to die. Say, fuck it, you don't matter. And because of that, because of their selfishness and their greed and their, incapacity to be considerate of all parties involved, they don't have the reasonable means to get us there safely, peacefully, and resiliently. And so therefore I cannot stand by any of the work that they do. And I cannot, in good conscience, enmesh or align my work with them, because it goes against the very core concept of my work, which is stewardship. I want to make the world work for everyone. I want to create that collective cultural shift of the whole of humanity to align and attune with an ever more healthy, sustainable, just, and peaceful world. I want us to live in a world that works for 100% of the people, without the disadvantage of anyone, without ecological offense, so nobody gets left behind, so everybody lives the good life, and so that we can do so in such a way that is spontaneously cooperative. I want for us to think of Spaceship Earth as being our home, our cradle of civilization, and that we have to cooperatively work together as one crew to help to manage it, so that we can continue to foster the evolution of our civilization and our species and our society, because we have so much potential to do amazing, great things, but we're not going to get there ever if we can't get our act together here. And that's what I'm all about. I think that's what's just, fair, reasonable, and right. My sense of jurisprudence, what is right in the world, and what is wrong in the world, and what adheres to the universal laws, and what adheres to the laws that humanity has placed upon itself as part of its responsibility. As a global laws, national laws, these sorts of things, all of the levels of human laws that have been made, like how that comes down into a sense of like, this is what's the right thing to do at the right time and the right way for the right reasons and in the right measure, right? And to develop a sense of like, that's how I perspective the world, so that in the propositions that I'm laying forth here, creating welfare stewardship is not just about, I want to do this thing because I have the ambition, I want to get this done. Like, trust me, I have my whole life seen myself as a person who is here to be able to create a profound shift in the way that humanity is managing itself, how it shows up in the world, and what we're all about and what we're going to continue to be about. I've known that my place and my purpose has been meant for this extraordinary transformation. But how I go about that is really important. I care so much about the how of things. My favorite books to read are how-to manuals, for Christ's sakes. So I want to know how to do a thing. I want to know how things happen so that I can understand, the importance of the why factor that gets people involved, so that I can have the similar effect of what JFK had. It was like, we go to the moon, let's do this thing, And I know it wasn't just him, but he was the person that everybody looked to and said, you know what, you're right, let's do this thing. And how can I embody that in such a way that gets people not just like, okay, we'll do this, you're right, we do got to make these changes, but also enthusiastic about it, like, fuck yeah, let's do this thing, why not, what do we got to lose, except for our planet and our way of life and all of this. It's like, understand that it's worth it to do these things, and do so in such a way as like, I'm not trying to get you to be all about me. I'm not branding this as like mine, follow my plan. It's like, this is our, it's one of my favorite concepts, one of my favorite mottos. One of the things that I try to advance is kind of like my platform is like, I can't, but we can, and I think it's important that people understand that's the perspective that I'm coming from. The position that I'm taking is that I'm only leading because I see this vision, and I have been plotting and planning and scheming and, creating the schematics and the blueprints and the timetables and all this stuff for so long of like, how can we do this? How can we orchestrate this fundamental transformation, in a healthy, sustainable, just, and peaceful, reasonable way? That is the only reason why, because nobody else can do it, It's kind of like the concept of like, how do you know if a person did a thing or not? If it's their idea, they would know all the inner workings of it. They would know the details of it, instead of claiming, I don't know. It's just a lot of what Trump says, because he's not following a plan of a sense of like, this is the right thing to do. He's like, what people are telling him to do. He's got people that are, buttering him up and playing with his ego, flicking it about, and all of a sudden he's doing a thing. It's like, there's a lot of strings that are being pulled on Trump, and he will change his opinion on something, take a whole turnaround if it means that it works out in his interests, which are pertaining to him advancing his brand and his family's brand, and the money that they make and the power that they get and the influence of those, in close proximity to them, those that are aligned with them. That's not my ambition, that's not my interest. My interest literally is like, I want to know that we have set a trajectory of a continuum of positive outcome consequences that are good for people, that for the next 7 generations we're set, and that we have taught the responsibility of taking ownership of stewardship for every person, so that 7 generations after the next generation, 7 generations after the next generation, 7 generations after the next generation, everybody's doing their part to advance it, generation by generation by generation. And that's how you know that you can start small and you can think big, and you can get to this place where we've achieved this amazing outcome together. We are our ancestors' greatest hope, and we need to think of our future generations that they are our greatest hope. And what are we advancing to that? How much are we giving them, room to grow? And what sort of decisions are we opening them up to possibilities of opportunity to experience? Right now it's being very limited, and for what? For a few people to, do a power grab and monopolization of, economies and, extortions and rigging of systems in favor of a few at the expense of the many. Like, none of these things, will matter. And my thing is, like, I know everybody's going to come into their own personal day of revelation, where the great revelation will happen to them individually. It's not like it's an event that happens to everybody all at once. Everybody comes into it individually on their own. And it's that moment of shock that you experience where you wake up into the realities of the world, and you have a choice in that moment of time of choosing for yourself whether you're going to continue on the trajectory that was setting you on a path where, it shook the tomb of your soul and woke you up and said, hey, this is the state of the world. We need you to get on board to do what you were brought to this planet to do. Make a difference. Get in line with righteousness, or you can continue to do the bad thing, and negative outcome consequences will come to you, and you may deny it for a long time, but that's going to encroach on you more and more, and the call of righteousness is going to get louder and louder and louder, and it's going to be harder and harder to breathe. You're going to be limited, and it's going to be confining, and it's going to be devastatingly painful, psychologically traumatic, and you're going to go through a tremendous amount of turmoil. And I don't want people to go through that. I don't think it's necessary. I mean, I'm not a religious person by any measure, but I do find that theological musings come close to the invisible reality that we can depend upon and build upon to build out a new and better world. And in that, I like to think of the concept of, the archetype of Jesus Christ was one that sacrificed, knowing that that was the outcome that they had to experience, sacrificed themselves for the greater good of the salvation, ultimate salvation of people, of knowing that when you came to your personal day of revelation, that the ultimate sin had been paid for. Somebody was willing to sacrifice it all in order to preserve you and save you, give you a sense that there is a redeemable quality, and that there is life after death, and there is a way to continue on, and because of that great sacrifice, gave you hope, gave you a chance for redemption, gave you a chance for renewal, gave you a chance for restoration of integrities, of a resurrection. And because of that, it's the one thing, the seed of hope that was planted, that gave people the potential of, when they come to their personal day of revelation, that they can get through if they just focus on the light of the hope that's there. And it's an enduring power. It's very powerful. I mean, entire religions have been developed around this concept. But the idea ultimately is that not all hope is lost. Even in the darkest of times, there is still some light that you can turn to, and you can focus on that light. And from that focus, you will expand that light, and that light will surround you, and it will become this protective shield against the darkness. And it will cast out that darkness, and it gives you the hope to carry on. And if you focus on that instead of on the fear, you can be saved. And so that beautiful story is enough that I think that if people looked at that as, as most religions try to teach, at least from my understanding of my, inquiries into religion, but it tries to teach you of the fact that there's going to come a time when you will need to come to terms with your life and with the world. And in that moment in time, all of your knowledge that you took in terms of understanding these archetypes and the stories that are told to help you, the mythologies that were told to help you to understand what to do in this situation, will be enough for you to be able to save yourself in that time. It's very much like what the ancient Egyptians did in terms of thinking of the afterlife. They had the Book of the Dead and whatnot. These are the things that you have to do in your life to set yourself up so that when your personal day of revelation comes, you're not overburdened with the fact that, oh shit, I did a lot of bad things. And then have a sense of like, I did too many bad things that I don't have hope. And it's like, you always have hope. Everybody has hope. But the idea is, like, if you live a good life, you have less weighing on your conscience when that moment comes. And so you are easy to transcend this, tribulations that you would experience in that moment of revelation of, like, the truth of the world, But I don't think that people I think they take the Bible too literally, unfortunately. It's more like an allegory. It's like, a figure of speech. It's a model to reference, like, the assumptions of, what you might do if you were caught up in this particular type of scenario. And then understanding, like, we're all human. We've all been through similar circumstances and situations. These stories help us to realize that. And because people take it too literally, they take things too seriously, and then you have people that are intentionally trying to make the revelations happen. And, like, to me, if you actually read the Bible, instead of get it cherry picked and spewed at you by, some mega church person that is making a bunch of money off of you or whatever, the concept of it is, really just about, like, what do you need to do every day in order to redeem the time, so that when the end time comes for you, personal revelation, you will find salvation in this assurance that you've been a good person, you've done the right thing. You're not perfect, you've made mistakes, yes you did, and sure, I'm sorry about it, but, it's not enough that I'm an irredeemable person, and then you don't live through the suffering of, like, the shame and things like that of, like, you did the wrong thing. It's kind of like, the one who betrayed Jesus, Jesus even loved him. It's like, because Jesus wouldn't have wanted him to have to live out a day of suffering. He wants everybody to be forgiven. So it's like, if Jesus can forgive the worst of humanity that did the worst things to him, it's the other thing I never understood, especially about, like, Christians in particular, why they are so judgy and judgmental. It's like, only God can judge, isn't that what the Bible says? And so for you to make it seem like your job on this earth is to judge people, you miss the whole point of the exercise. It's not about judgment. Like, that is to, the judgment is to God. And, God will give you justice. If you think there's injustice in the world, God will give you justice. That's all in the realm of God. It's not in human hands. Your job and your responsibility is to make sure you do the best that you can, and to help to, lessen the struggle of other human beings so they can do the best that they can, and help to remind everybody that we're all in this together, and the best interest of all parties involved is for us just to do the best we can, be the best version of ourselves that we can, and help to make a society where we can all, live in a sense of, cooperation. Our job, literally stated in the Bible, our job is to create heaven on earth. It is our job, it's our duty. That's why we're here. It's our responsibility, It's not about trying to get certain populations of people to move into certain land, and then all of a sudden, revelation happens and we ascend and God comes and judges everybody. None of that stuff. It's supposed to be about creating heaven on earth, so that it would be such an environment that one like Jesus would be able to come in and to live in this kingdom as a great leader of such a place, and it would be sustained and enduring forevermore. And, like, you're missing the point of the exercise if you're thinking that there's going to be some great battle and fight, and, like, the battle's within, the fight's within, to do the right thing and to get past that moment of your personal revelation and realize your purpose in this world to help to create Eden again, on paradise, heaven on earth, and to establish that in whatever way that you can, and do your best and help to be patient with everybody else so they can do their best, so that we can create the atmosphere by which one that is Christ-like can return and to lead the people in such a way that it could be enduring for generations and generations and generations to come. And but that's not to fight with people or tell people what to do, what to think, what to feel, you know. It's about creating the right atmosphere, create that safe space, create that place of belonging, inviting everybody into a situation they can thrive on, you know, solving for the toxification of our planet. Steward our planet, make it healthy, make it into the paradise that it is, return it back into its wholeness, and then do the work within ourselves, personal self-development. You know, our education needs to be about, you know, personal self-development, you know, personal self-actualization, and it needs to be about domestic arts and sciences, and it needs to be about understanding technological advancements in the ways that are going to help us to do extraordinary, amazing things, you know, to make the world ever more a brilliant place for everyone to involve with. And I don't understand why people are so focused on petty infighting about things that don't matter in the grand scheme of things. Like, especially if you think of anything that is kind of interesting about what Trump is doing, he's showing us of how futile things are, how absolutely pointless and stupid, you know, vanity. All vanity is vanity, right? So I mean, at least he's modeling something in a sense of like, this is probably what you shouldn't do if you want to do the things that are going to be not a part of the deviant echelon, but rather the criterion echelon is what I call it. The criterion echelon is where stewardship belongs. It's where stewards belong. It's the baseline standard. This is for everyone. We're all welcome. We're all involved. We're inviting people in the deviant echelon to come on into the criterion echelon because we all involve with it here and we all belong. And to break down and dismantle the systems that make the people within the deviant echelon of society think that selfishness is the right thing to do, you know. Not punishing them in a sense, but just like, really, you're missing the point of the exercise, you know. Like, life is so much more enriching and fulfilling when you are about, you know, the cultural collective instead of just yourself, you know. You can't just hunker down somewhere and it be all about you. Like, you gotta be willing to do what it takes for everybody to be good, because although, you know, deviant echelon are really about extortion, exploitation, you know, abuse, corruption, these sorts of things, like, that's what they are and what they do, but that's not who they are. Who they are can change as soon as their environment changes. Where they are in context with the rest of the world changes. You know, when they are in terms of like realizing that the gig is up, guys. You can't do that anymore. You're gonna have to stop doing things that way because it's not reasonable. It does not adhere to the criterion echelon, which is, you know, standard for everybody. And again, I fundamentally don't believe in bringing them down, shrinking them down to size, you know, for the lowest common denominator. Fuck that shit. I want us to build a high standard for the criterion echelon and to allow there to be, you know, variance in terms of like, you know, class, but not class in the sense of like this is a, you know, dog eat dog, mighty crush the weak, nothing like that, but rather like some people like to live in different senses of experience than other people, and so we should have that variation in society. But at the very least, man, everybody needs food and water, everybody needs health care, everybody needs quality education, everybody needs good and decent work. You know, everybody needs to live in a means where they're not impoverished. You know, we need clean water and sanitation. We need to have life below land or below sea, and then we need life on land to be prosperous. We need to be able to take climate action, because this is really a difficult situation that we're putting ourselves in. We need to foster strong institutions that are peaceful and keep us in accordance with one another, that are lawful and law-abiding, and those laws are enforceable. And we need to have our communities and our cities built up in such a way that they're strong. We need to have clean energy. We need to have innovation, and we need to have that infrastructure. We need to focus on the things that we can do here and now that are reasonable, that give us in a sense of comfortable conservation, that gets us to where we need to be, so that tomorrow we have more options. Take care of the problems that we have today, so that it's settled. It is settled. Now we can take risks for higher things moving on. And we need to focus on that kind of thing in raising those standards. That's why the UN Sustainable Development Goals gives us a great framework to be able to accomplish this. And we know it's reasonable to, steward planet spaceship Earth if we are within the planetary boundaries. It gives us a good baseline standard of, okay, this is the safe operating space of planet Earth. And then coming into, what Faring Stewardship does is it makes us have sustainable cities, and those cities are templates that help us to live the good life, and to make sure that those cities work for everyone, to make sure nobody's getting disadvantaged, nobody's getting left behind, and then to reasonably accommodate, steward, provision, support people as they go through the step of becoming ever more self-sufficient, self-sustaining, free and independent, self-determined individuals, and then to grow out this sense of independence in democracies that are interdependent on one another, because we're adhering to that sense of this model is giving us the reasonable means by which we can advance our collective society that works out for the best interest of everyone. Because you have to remember that no one person has the answers. No one person has the, right perspective. And if you focus entirely on letting one person make the decisions of how we're going to go about doing things, you risk being led astray into a direction that may not be best suited for all parties involved. It doesn't pass the Rotarian four-way test, which is, crucial and important for stewardship to be advanced. It doesn't even adhere to the 5 agreements, and that's another really important, especially when we're talking about establishing culture and community and our sense of togetherness. We have to be able to at least adhere by those simple things, and when you have somebody who gets way too powerful, they get a little too big for their britches here, they decide that it's okay to do things that harm others and hurt others, because of the fact that that position helps to reinforce their continued position of power. This is very much what, a person like Putin is doing, where the great struggle for power is very difficult in a very long-standing nation, and it's a very large nation, and with a very, interesting history of how it's revolutionized itself over time. Keeping together a nation like that and to keeping the peace and keeping things under control is really a difficult challenge, one to which I don't think he's arising to with any sense of actual success. And unfortunately, that's leading him to a desperate situation where he's making poor choices from, misinformation, because he's operating off of this sense of he has enough power that he can dictate, outcomes that are skewed into his favor, without the consideration of how that harms the Russian people or their neighbors who they're right now, invading Ukraine and warring on them. It doesn't take into consideration those people at all, and is trying to assimilate them, force them into assimilation with Russia, which totally goes against the respects of that independent nation's sovereignty. And I think that Putin's operating off of a space of not having any sense of real direction, but he's doing what he thinks has to be done because you got to hold on to power somehow. And it's unfortunate because I think that he could realize by relinquishing that need for that particular power, he can find himself to be way more powerful in terms of like how he can influence the outcomes of the rest of the world by becoming involved in a collective decision, because Russia is full of so much potential, as a nation, like what it's all about, what its history, what it's gone through, but also like its resources and its capacity, the will of its people, like directed towards healthy, constructive means instead of destructive ones. Like that is a force to be reckoned with, not one to be feared, because the fear is actually a very big sign of weakness, which Trump, it has to be based off of something positive in order for it to be like a true power. And so I think that there's potential for that in there, and I think that if Putin was brought into a reasonable position of acknowledging that you got to kind of let go of that compromise, your need to control outcomes in that specific way, there's this really great opportunity that you can be a part of. And when you look at it in the arc of history, as people look back, they could say like, what a brilliant story of redemptive qualities, that a leader that took it upon himself to do violence against people found a reason to change and to redeem himself and his country and from the wrongdoing, and set a trajectory for the entire world to be transformed in this positive direction, because he chose to relinquish control so that he could take the credit essentially for helping to make this new world possible. I think that prestige is something that is so invaluable. I mean, it's priceless, and everybody has an opportunity to advantage that. And I think that once he realizes it, it would be more to his benefit, and he would be willing to accept that. And so as we all as nations would come together about this, it could be the means by which to have that, the credential, the leverage, the optimal offering to help to settle this matter in a peaceful way that really is for the best interest of all parties involved. And this is me not being like optimistically naive, like it's being reasonable in a sense of like, I know that Russia is an aggressor and doing violence and these sorts of things, but again, I know that everybody has that redemptive quality in them, and if they're welcomed and invited into a situation they can thrive on, they would be in a different position. They will be able to make new decisions based off of their new perspective, perception, proposition, proposition. And so when they're in that new space operating off of this new understanding, they get to make different decisions, and it can be done so in such a way that is beneficial. And I think that that's reasonable, and I think that's what we need to focus on for all people in the world. Again, I think that welfaring stewardship really is the answer to the ultimate question: how do we as a collective create a collective cultural shift of the whole of humanity to align and in tune with an ever more healthy, sustainable, just and peaceful world? And it's not just about like, going out there and saving the planet and stopping polluters and achieving comfortable conservation and building out innovations and technologies that can help, to lessen our burden on Earth's natural systems and to help us to achieve equality across the board, UN Sustainable Development Goals, retained within planetary boundaries, everybody lives the good life. It's all of these things. But ultimately, it comes down to a sense of like, what this world is about. What you're here for. It's a common thing, at least I heard growing up. Nobody gives you a manual how to live your life, And so how are you supposed to know what to do in any given moment? You look to your parents that teach you some things, your peers teach you things, your friends teach you things, school teaches you things, society, culture, all these things teach you these things, but ultimately it comes down to your personal decision. And so don't you think that means that it's important for all of us to role model good humanity to one another, and then to choose to be a part of good humanity so that it gives the best chances for good humanity to propagate? Certainly that should be what we're thinking of. But if you were born into this world and you knew that we're all here to be stewards and that's what we're going to be about, it gives you a purpose. It gives you a sense that we all have place, we all have belonging, we all have something to work towards. It solves for one of the greatest questions that most people live their entire lives wondering, what's my purpose? Like the better robot, what's my purpose? You have a purpose. And what that means to you is entirely up to you to decide. We need makers, and we need creators, and we need engineers, and we need teachers, and we need students, and we need leaders, and we need the butcher, the baker, the candlestick maker. We need people from all walks of life doing every single job that's necessary to make society work. And everybody's good at their craft. Everybody has an innate talent that just needs to be brought out, and they can grow that and develop skills and become masters of these crafts and give it as an offering to the world. And like, how do you want to contribute? What do you want to be about? The overarching vision, welfare and stewardship. We're stewarding people, communities, civilization, planet. We're provisioning, accommodating, stewarding, supporting. We're helping to make sure that the world works for 100% of the people in the shortest time possible without ecological offense or the disadvantage of anyone, through spontaneous cooperation, so that nobody gets left behind and that everybody gets to live the good life. We're making sure we're malleable, adaptable, mobile, efficient, sufficient, as in all of our interworkings. Our economy has a purpose. We're working with capitalism that has a proper intended use, so proper capitalism. It works with social good to make sure that, we're doing the good work that's necessary to make sure that we are upholding the criterion echelon of society, the baseline standard. Everybody lives the good life, and we allow for people to advance themselves to these higher peaks, but we have moderating influences to make sure that you don't get too excessive, in your selfishness. You have to understand there is a sense of we are all in this together. We all have to positively contribute and participate willingly in this in order for it to work, because as long as the criterion echelon is functioning, it works for everybody, and everybody gets to, pick your own adventure game, get to do whatever you want. But society should be done in such a way that like everybody is thriving. This is a situation you can thrive on, and welcome people into that sense, and to give that sense for every generation that that's what you're living up to. You're living up to the best version of this that you can possibly achieve. This is what we've managed to do in our time. given our situational context, our find context, our historical context, our challenges, at present moment, our conditions befit the times. And this is what we were able to make out of it and advance it, like bringing fire from one tribal town to the next. And we're passing on that torch to the next generation. And how much farther can you take it, And I think that we have potential to really go far if we think of it in those sorts of terms. But we're not going to get very far at all if we are led by people who are a part of the deviant echelon. And I really do believe that's where Trump is. And there's a lot of people that are a part of his cohort that are very much a part of the deviant echelon as well. Again, I don't think anybody's irredeemable, but I do think that it's not possible for them to do the right thing at the right time for the right reasons in the right way, because they fail to be able to see anything beyond their own personal interests, their own personal needs and wants and desires. And so these aren't the type of people that we should be entrusting in positions of power. It's not people that we should be trusting to make decisions on our behalf. They're not people that are capable of intervening on our behalf in order to, resolve outcomes that are best suited for, justice and fairness and reasonableness. They don't know how to, stay committed to accomplishing any sort of like vision for the future that is in such a way that doesn't make us have to infringe upon the human rights of people or the civil rights of people. They dehumanize. And, the outcomes that they produce sometimes are like just accidental, and then they just roll with it. They're like, yeah, that's what I meant to do. When in reality, it's like the left hand doesn't know what the right hand's doing. And when they get caught doing the wrong thing, they deny it, or they try to spin it to make it seem like it's a great thing, and it's not. And then the incoherent babbling, like Trump can't even have a full, complete sentence. And he rambles on about things. And I mean, granted, I'm rambling. I've rambled on for hours now, apparently. But at least I'm trying to make sense of things, I'm trying to bring in a sense of like where I'm at in the world right now, because not only is it important for me to let everybody know, how I feel and how I think about these things and what I see as in potential that we can work on together to make, set things right. I still have a sense of like cohesiveness in what I'm saying. There is a purpose to this, but Trump, there's really no sense of anything that he says is about anything of value. There's no virtue in what he's saying. There's no cohesiveness or, commonality to it. And the things that are consistent in what he says are all about grievances that are personal grievances, enacting vendettas against other people, seeking vengeance, weaponizing the government, justifying his reasoning behind taking away rights for people, claiming that he doesn't know if it's his responsibility to uphold the Constitution or to protect it or preserve it, even though that was his oath of office, right? Also, we need to realize Trump is a very old man. He's a very old man. And as a caregiver in my life, I have been a caregiver to very old men. And I know that, they're capable of operating and functioning, but they have a decline in their mental faculties and their personal capacities. And so I think it was a really stupid thing to do, to entrust Trump, a very old man, to, bring any sense of vitality to our nation. It was like, pinning him in this position and then putting us in a position of being led by this antique, a useless and antiquated thing. He's a dying breed. The future is not about those who can, best brand themselves and put their names on, and brand their names on everything. The future is about people who, are able to build out that future, And I think that the performative arts that he has, lived within in terms of how he's gotten things done, and then his way of bullying people into doing his bidding and aligning with him, these sorts of things, the intimidation factor that he very much relies on, he would be worthless and powerless if he didn't have the office of president to wield around. And I think that his ineptness is also really degrading that role, and making it, while he's, concentrating power in that position, again, it's the person who's coming after him that they're setting the stage for that's going to be far worse. He's just the fall guy. And we really have to be consciously considerate of, what is to come. And that's why I think it's very important that we establish a fourth branch of government, because it's our best chance to help to create an insulary protection so that we don't become an authoritarian dictatorship. It's the only way to preserve our democracy. And we need to stop electing in these relics, these ancient, useless, and antiquated people that are past their prime, that are operating off of old models and have no sense of, what is to come. Sure, they'll ride the wave of whatever, popularity, fad, that wave that might be coming through, but that doesn't mean that they're in tune with the needs of now, and it doesn't mean that they are, in tune to the voice of the people, or that they're willing to, set people up for success of the future that's to come. Trump's very much interested in trying to bring us back to an earlier time in America where white supremacy was, the high-end authority, and, creating an impoverished class so that they can turn everybody into slaves. They think that they're going to oust all these immigrants because, they can't be exploited in the way that an American can be exploited by their own government, and forced into perpetual servitude. And they're just going to keep making a massed, indebted system, so people will have to work forever as slaves to pay taxes into a system, to keep the system afloat. And it goes back to the, Declaration of Independence is it says in there, people are more willing to just deal with shit for a long time, deal with grievances for a long time before they change something. They're more comfortable in doing that. But then there comes a time when it's enough's enough, And I think there's also some bad actors with nefarious intent that are trying to push things into chaos and disorder and anarchy so that they can come in and assume the reins of power and, change everything into their image, which is going to be more controversy, more chaos, more corruption, more control, and less and less human rights. Trump right now is trying to use his leverage as POTUS to bully other nations into changing their outcomes of law, like trying to get his authoritarian buddies out of trouble, and threatening to use the force of America as a nation and its will and its might and its power against other nations if they aren't willing to drop the, as he calls it, witch hunts against these men who were found by their nations to be doing wrong, and they need to be appropriately investigated and held accountable within their justice system. And that's the business of those nations. It's not America's job. Just like it's not America's job to go in and, demand for a regime change in Iran, or like Trump was trying to suggest in the early days of his presidency that there needed to be a new election in Ukraine. It's like Ukraine's constitution says that we're, in a state of emergency, and we are in the middle of a war. And so, therefore, we cannot have an election. And reasonably, it wouldn't even be possible, and it wouldn't be fair anyway, because there's no stability to have a system for an election in order for it to actually reflect the will of the people. We're in the middle of war, dude. Like, I get it. You don't understand that. You don't respect it because you haven't been there, which I think is absolutely absurd. That Trump, even as a potential candidate for presidency, didn't even bother to go to Ukraine to see for himself. Nobody's in his administration. His vice president, that weak and pathetic man-child, is so irresponsible that he himself doesn't even have the balls to go to Ukraine himself to see it for himself. And so to me, it's just like, you have no reason, no right to use the will and the might and the power of America to try to get these other nations to fall into line with what you think. And I know that this isn't the only president that's done that. America has a long history of, presidents thinking that they can dictate to other nations what they're going to do and whatnot, stepping beyond our bounds because we have the might and the power and the will to be able to do it. But to me, it's like, I get why we would have to do that in order to a consideration of national security. But that was the whole reason why we had soft power, was to help to do it without having to use force. And you get more bees with honey, sort of thing. And so it makes more sense that you have the positive reinforcements, the mutual leverages, the sense of we're working on something and building something together, than it is to bully people around, especially when Trump is trying to use it to, get people to fall in line with what he thinks is right. And he doesn't even have an honest sense of jurisprudence, I think that it's very disappointing. It's very wrong of him to use that power to try to get other nations to drop court cases and investigations against, Trump's political allies, because those nations have the right to do that. They're trying to prevent corruption. And here Trump is like trying to corrupt that system from afar, using the, sway of America to do so. That's wrong. It's so wrong on so many levels. But with that, I think that I've said enough. I will wrap it up in the sense of, again, I am very much about helping to create a better world that works for everybody. I want to be planetarian stewards of civilization, stewards of our communities, stewards of our homes, stewards of our lives. I want to be able to make sure that we mitigate the risks of climate change. We need to take climate action. This is supremely important. It's one of the UN Sustainable Development Goals. Number 13, it will help us to accomplish, the task, the objective of FEMA, and help to make America a more secure place. And eventually, over time, the businesses that are going to have to be phased out, that are useless and antiquated, like the oil industry, isn't going to be able to be in its current form I do believe it will still exist, but in a different way, in such a way that isn't so toxifying to our planet. It is a natural resource, it is abundant, it is useful, but used in the appropriate moderation is where we need to get it to. And so we need to be able to incentivize the systems of divestment that get us there. And then incentivize systems that help people adopt a well-faring lifestyle of stewardship that is modeling the achievement of the UN Sustainable Development Goals in alignment with planetary boundaries. And then we won't have to worry about as much of a risk of bad things happening in these calamities and catastrophes. My heart goes out again to everyone in Texas and New Mexico, they're having floodings there too. And in Canada, all of the wildfires, they're just outrageous there. And, here in America too, it's already starting, wildfire season's here. And so many people, it's impossible to insure your house, whether it's due to hurricanes or floods or fires or tornadoes. Like, you're not able to have insurance, so that's not a good sign. It's not a good sign for society. Like, we're going in the wrong direction, definitely, with all that. But my heart is with everybody who's in those precarious situations and these difficult challenges that they now are facing and the predicaments they're being put in, and a lot of it because of the inaction to change things so that we don't have such severe weather events, and that inaction by government and failure by the Trump administration, disregarding the Paris Agreement, denying climate change, erasing climate change from, the data systems so people aren't informed. And because you're not informed, you don't know what to expect. Think of it in terms of the people who are raising a fuss about the flood that happened in Texas and thinking that a warning system could have made the difference to save lives. How can it be warned if Trump is forcing people to deny that these things are a threat or a risk? Shutting down these agencies. He doesn't think FEMA's necessary. He wants to get rid of it. He wants to leave, disaster response to the states, which are not capable to do it alone. He doesn't understand. Again, selfish person, deviant echelon, so selfish that he can't see the necessity for our interdependence, that we need each other and to work together. But of course that is reflected in his decision to, cut all the taxes for the rich while cutting all the services for the poor. It's like there's no sense of we need each other in order to have a functioning operational society. He's perfectly fine with leaving people behind. He's perfectly fine with people dying. And in the moment, he may seem, oh man, this is terrible. My heart goes out to you. I pray, God, all these things. But, when it comes down to the decision making that could make a change in these people's lives, helps to make them whole again, he's not willing to do that. He has no plans to do that. He has no intentions of doing that. And in the long run, other people that are going to be facing similar problems, he is actually leaving them with nothing. He's going to completely dismantle these systems, and things are only going to get compoundingly worse. Talk about anarchy. It is on its way. Chaos, will reign in Trump's world paradigm that he's creating, and it's not necessary. It's avoidable completely. I wish more people would listen to the voice of reason that says, let's change this. Let's do something different. We've done it this way long enough. Let's not let things get too far out of hand. on the closing note, I do want to say something about the suggestion of establishing a third branch or a third party, a third party system or whatever for government. I have a video which I highly encourage you to go check out, which is talking about the common sense agenda of the common sense unity ticket that was presented in the 2024 election. I did a little research about it, and I created a video that reflects my vision and my sense of what it means for the breakdown of their common sense agenda and how I interpret that in terms of like my models. So I encourage people to go and look at that so you have a bit, kind of a little bit of an understanding of what I think a third party is capable of doing. I do believe we need to get past the binary choice of lesser evils. I do believe that a third party does have the capacity to help one side or the other, Democrats or Republicans, to clinch a win. I do think it has a capacity to help one party get more control than the other. The middle road, to be able to represent the common sense, Americans that just like want common sense, reasonable policies, so they can all get along, nothing too extreme, nothing too severe, nothing too outrageous, or cult-like, MAGA. You have to have like this reasonable middle ground or whatever. I think it's perfectly acceptable to want something like that, but I do believe that how you do anything is how you do everything. And I believe that the spirit of intent and the founding principles and the guiding lights that are being developed in terms of this third party that the richest person in the world is trying to establish is not based in something that is integrity bound. Because of how I also don't think that his AI system is integrity bound, because it's coming from his perspective, his perception, his proposition. And I don't think that he has the best interest of humanity at heart. I'm not saying he's an incapable person, and I'm not saying that he's an irredeemable person, but I do know how you do anything is how you do everything. And it was a very public display of how he does things when he, ruined Twitter. It was a very public thing of like how he took Dodge to just obliterate so many of the founding, guiding lights of integrity that held America's sense of who we are, American identity together. Just destroyed those things without understanding what buttons he was pushing. He launches rockets, millions of dollars worth of raw materials extracted from Earth, put into this innovation, and lets them just blow up and blow up and blow up, because you learn a lot from that blow up. And it's the move fast and break things type approach that he has, and no consideration for the consequences, and perfectly fine with harming other people if it means he can get his objectives advanced. He's not even a good steward of the areas where his companies are at, the neighborhoods that are around and the ecosystems that are around his companies, like SpaceX, in Boca Chica. Like, that whole entire community has been altered fundamentally. This ecosystem's altered fundamentally. Those poor turtles, their breeding ground was right there, and they're not even being good neighbors and stewards, to the point where those turtles have lost their breeding ground. He, kicked out neighbors. He makes disturbing for neighbors, blocked off public access to roads. His boring company in Texas, just dumps massive amounts of water into, polluted water into the water system, an excessive amount, to the point where environmentalists are like, really, that's too much, disturbing the neighbors that are around him. And I think, this similar thing happened with them going into Las Vegas. And then he comes in and he makes these little city company towns or whatever, and they take over an entire area and change it into his image and whatnot. And I'm not saying those aren't good things for the people that are there, but it's with no respect to his neighbors or other people. He is actually the exact model of what the deviant echelon represents. He's the selfish one, and the people that are involved in his experiences are selfish. They care about their outcomes. They don't care about the negative outcome consequences that other people are going to have to suffer from your poor decision making. And so how he approaches his businesses is a waste mentality. It's disrespectful to, the environment, the ecology, to society, to, communities, to people's lives and well-being. How he treats his employees, he treats them like their possessions. And, he runs things in such a way, like, I think kind of similar to Putin, where it's like you have such a big thing that you have to kind of like play the tough guy in order to get things done. But his intimidation that he holds over people and using NDAs and things like that to keep people from, tattletelling on him because he's doing bad things that he shouldn't be doing. The fact that he has lied year after year after year with these false promises to his Tesla customers and shareholders, we're going to have full autonomy this year, by this year, all these things. And he's never been able to accomplish that. But he's done that enough that he's drummed up this over-bloated, price of shares, and that's made him a very rich man. And with that money, what did he decide to do but to invest millions and millions of dollars into getting Trump elected and other people elected, because he went all dark MAGA or whatever. And now he's kind of regretting that decision, isn't he? Why is it? Because he just figured out that he couldn't control Trump just because he gave him money? Like, obviously you weren't paying attention to who this man is. Like, it's not necessarily, Trump is still egocentric, and his ego would butt heads with Musk's ego. And I think that's a lot of where the problem with them, their conflicting interests, is their ego's worthless defense. So, but you have to think of it like Musk was willing to break rules and to disregard laws, to cut corners. He failed to deliver on the Cybertruck, which, by the way, Tesla, you owe me $100, man. I put in $100 for a reservation for this car because I was there. I was all in on Elon's vision, right? And I believed in the Tesla mission, the original spirit of intent that, Musk had sold everybody on, sustainability, right? That's what we're building on. And I aligned my work with that because I believed he believed in stewardship as well, sustainability. But that wasn't the case. It was about making money so that he can pay for his pet projects and have the capacity for the equivalent of fuck you money. And he has it. And now he says fuck you to everybody. So, like, I don't align with people like that. I don't belong in the world of people like that. But, the Cybertruck was a huge disappointment. The fact that you super glue some panels on there and they just fall off, these sorts of things. It's like, it's disappointing. You had so much capacity to do these amazing things with technology, and you just got it to a level and then let it go. And now he's hard focusing on AI only because he wants to be the one ring to rule them all sort of thing, instead of caring about, making sure you're advancing a positive, beneficial technology in society. So I think that, again, the purpose of anything, the way you do anything is the way you do everything. I don't think that he's going to have a just, fair, reasonable, right approach to a third party. I don't think he cares enough to understand government as, a mechanization and a corrective mechanism in society in order for him to create appropriate policies or to create an appropriate vision. He doesn't even have a sense of like where he's going with it. He has no objectives, no plans, whatever. He's just throwing it out there because he's like, I'm going against Trump now because that big beautiful bill's ugly and whatever else. And I honestly think it's just theatrics. I think that Musk realized that he needed an out, and this is his out. He got himself wrapped up in a situation that was way beyond his capacity, way beyond his purview, way beyond his knowledge base. And he kept making mistakes that were so public and put on so much heat, and he was sweating so much that even his money wasn't enough to protect him from it, so he needed an out. And this is an out. I think that, there's a part of his heart that's in the right place, because I do think that he really wants civilization to survive. But I also don't think that he understands what it's going to take in order for that to happen. Just like I don't think he understands what it's going to take in order to colonize Mars. Like I remember going in and talking with some of the people at SpaceX and asking them questions about like, what are you doing to help to prepare humanity to become spacefaring and multiplanetary? And they're like, we're doing things like this. And it was like a media showcase, it was a public affairs event that sure was fun and interesting, but it had nothing in terms of depth of detail and specifics, and it was all broad and it was vague. It was very much like his Doge plan was like, it was broad, it was vague, and so that gives him the opportunity to go in and just fill in the spaces, like just like what he does with Tesla. We're saying it's going to be this thing, and then we fill in the spaces as we go, and then when we don't hit those objectives, we write it off as excuses. So it's like I think that his way of doing things is very chaotic, and I think that he borders on the line of being chaotic good, but also chaotic evil. I think that the money has really, and the power has really corrupted him as a person. I know that it was probably about in 2018 when he really started to take a big turn in the way he shows up in the world. And from there I had to start to separate myself from him, because there's something about, again, the way a person does something, how they do everything, and seeing how he started to be more public and treating people poorly. His approach to Vern Unsworth with the whole, pedo thing, with the cave diver going in and him trying to create this, submersive to go save these kids. Good heart, good place to want to do that, but I also think he was just trying to take it as a PR opportunity, and then he turned the whole thing into this just disastrous, uncomfortable, unnecessary violence against somebody's personhood because of his ego. And he really started to take a deep turn from there, because he realized, I have the money to get away with anything. You have enough money, the courts will always be in your favor. And I really think that corrupted him as a person, as an individual. And we're seeing the manifestation of years of that being the case, and him being surrounded by a bunch of other people that are in that same sense of entitlement, these deviant echelon of society. And he doesn't have anybody that helps him touch ground, touch base with reality. He has no sense of care for the common human touch. He doesn't have any sense or care for, the harm that he's causing to other people, these sorts of things. So making a third party, I think, will be made in his image, and his view of the world is really distorted. And I don't think it's reasonable. I don't think that he's made for leadership, for public service. I think that he has the potential to advance great technologies because he sees means to kind of capture opportunity when it's on the horizon, and that's a good quality to be able to have, but it needs to be tempered with moderation, and I think he needs the moderating influence of the right person in his life to help keep him down in reality, and I don't think that he is open to that possibility at all. And so I think he's going to continuously, perpetually suffer from dissatisfaction for the fact that he will never be able to realize his full potential because he is in self-destruct mode 24/7. I mean, he's more self-destructive than one of his rockets. So I don't think that there's a whole lot of confidence to be instilled in him in terms of like an entire nation coming together in a sense of like, yes, that represents this body of politic, represents me and my interests. I think he'll have a lot of his, Tesla cohort, his fan base, his cult following that are going to be all about it. And there's going to be lots of people that are dissatisfied with Trump and what he's doing because Trump is letting a lot of people down, especially his cohort, who are realizing, oh, he doesn't actually care about us because we don't have enough money. He's going to take in a bunch of people from there because they still are kind of like, they played loyalist to Musk because they were loyal to Trump and he was all in it with Trump. So I think he's going to catch a little bit of that there, and some of the dissatisfaction from, the Democratic Party, which the Democrats utterly failed to accomplish any reasonable approach to governance. And while they have been neutered, they're using that as an excuse instead of saying, like, this is our game plan moving forward. Left hand doesn't know what the right hand's doing. And I think that they don't have a coherent vision for the future for America. I think that their approach is focusing too much on the things, the futile battles, the things that, like, this doesn't matter in the bigger scheme of things. Sure, it does matter in terms of, like, these are hard fought for and won rights that are getting stripped away from us. But in terms of, like, what we need right now is something way more tangible, relatable to everybody. We need something solid. And I think that it's really unfortunate that they threw Kamala under the bus in terms of lack of preparedness. She was in no way ready to become president, but she was willing to step up and take that role because who else could have done it? Certainly not Joe Biden, who should have known better than to try to, hold on to power when he didn't have the capacity to do that. But it's reasonable, their whole focus was on defeating Trump instead of, the approach they should have been taking is one that I fundamentally believe in. It's like, we do not need to defeat and compete with different ideologies. We just need to surpass them, and they had nothing that was going to surpass them. Their policies were vague and weak. Their vision was fuzzy and incoherent. Their narrative was, like popularization, and, it wasn't anything that was substantial enough for people to, like, pick up themselves and feel like it was a part of them. And so they didn't have enough oomph, and they still don't have it. And there's a lot of disillusionized people in that realm that Musk will probably be able to sneak over into his side because they're desperate for it. Like, what is it? Andrew Yang is, like, even interested in it because, he is, a former candidate for president, and he believed in we need to change things, and he sees it as an opportunity because he very much aligns with people like Musk. And so, and then you have other various people who are like, oh yeah, sure, we'll do this, Musk, and let's all get on it together. You're the richest person in the world. You've done all these things. We're going to entrust you, have the capacity to innovate in this space too, right? And I just don't think that he has the best interest of humanity at heart. I don't think that he has the best interest of America at heart. I think that this is him wielding a power and desperation to hold on to this sense of being able to control outcomes into his favor. And he is also, disillusionized from the Democratic Party, reasonable, disillusionized from, the MAGA Republican Party, totally reasonable. I think that a lot of that is, the triggering effect. But I don't think his heart's in the right place in terms of like what can actually be accomplished with it. And I don't think that he's a trustworthy person to involve with or to follow in any sort of direction. I think that we will go potentially, be pulled in that direction with Musk, because he's a gravitating force. He's made himself into that, but it's an artificial construct. The charisma that he has is based off of this artifice. It's not based off of the necessity of him, like, I need to build out this new political party because I recognize it as my purpose. I'm here to do this thing because, it's what I gotta do in order to accomplish what I believe I've been put on this earth to do. For him, it's like, I need these outcomes in this certain direction, and so I'm going to pull and force things in that direction. And powerful men have come and gone on the face of this earth and done the same thing. And when people follow those type of people, they get led to ruin. We're getting led to ruin by another version of that same thing in the form of Trump. We've been led by many of those people in our history, and none of them have been taking us in a direction that is common sense, reasonable. I'm not affiliated with any political party. I think that the no labels, third party, common sense agenda, that the no labels, political advancement that they tried to make in 2024 election was a good idea, mostly because it made people think. It made me think, like maybe we could do things differently. And then I would like it to be like, taking the best of Republican ideals, best of Democratic ideals, and make a fusion of them into something that also embodies just like the reasonableness of common sense. Man, this is just what we should have if we're going to say our society is a success. This is what it ought to be. This is what I ought to do. We ought to have it this way. And so I thought that it really was trying to embody that. It wasn't a perfect system, of course, but I think that if I was to create a political party, I have vision, I have plans, I have all this stuff. I could very easily, and it's definitely in the realm of potential to create a political party that helps to infuse all the ideas of stewardship in it. And I think that advancing that would be in such a way that actually could make it possible. It'd have platform, and people would be able to remember what it's about and what it does and how it improves their lives and these sorts of things. And it'd be a way to advance it, but I don't have the public awareness captured quite as well as other people do. I work full-time, and I work on creating the propositions for Faring Stewardship, and that's my life. And I work so that I can afford to live, and the rest of my life is focused on Faring Stewardship. I don't have time to gallivant around and to spend hours on social media and creating all these performative aspects like this right here. Me spending many hours talking is not just like getting my name and my voice and my presence and my perspective, perception, proposition out to the world, so people can get to know me, but also to reinforce within myself that this is the stance that I'm taking. This is where I'm taking a stand. This is what I stand for. This is what I'm all about. This is what I'm going to be about. This is what I'm going to make important to me in my life. This is part of my integrating process to create this, again, the rose-colored glasses perspective, how I see the world, my sensibilities, how I will react and respond to the things that I see that are coming in, and making sure that I am adopting the voice of the people into my voice. So it's, making this mighty roar of many voices that are all saying the same thing, speaking with one voice in a consistent tone. And I try to reiterate that by taking opportunities when there are national crisis or some other turn of events that is just unreasonable and needs to be spoken about. I take that time to make these videos for that, but it sets me back in my life because I'm not able to be out there working to make money to pay for my cost of living while I'm doing this. And I'm not getting paid for anything that I'm creating here content-wise. And it prevents me from being able to sit down with my good book and do the work that's necessary to write out, provisions and plans for how I'm going to advance welfaring stewardship in the world. But it's all a part of the process, and I got to do it all together, and it's just me by myself. Now, I imagine having more people involved in this, and I really wish that I could just ask for the help that I need. Like, it would be nice that I didn't have to go out and work every day very hard in order to make just enough money to survive, because then I could focus all my attention on getting my projects off the ground. I could focus more attention on making better quality videos, that are more responsive to the short attention spans of people, spend time on developing a, social media strategy, these sorts of things. But to me, it just doesn't seem reasonable to ask for that type of help. And that's a personal conflict that I have that I obviously need to be able to get over in some sense. I mean, can't continue on doing everything by myself. I need help from people, but it's like, who are the like-minded individuals? How do you find the people that are willing to invest in you to see where you can take things to the next level when your hands are no longer tied and burdened with these other things, but I think that I'm hoping, at least, that the more videos that I make, the more content that I create, will give people a sense of who I am, and they would be willing to support me in my capacity to level up, to no longer have to, focus on my daily labors that are mostly just about affording to live, and actually isn't about, building up for my good work, so that I can take this to another level. Because if I did have that capacity, I certainly would be out there, showing Musk how wrong he is about his concept of a political party. I would be showing Trump how wrong he is about his sense of what it takes to be POTUS of America. Go out there and show people, like, this is how you have polite conversations with people. How you can re-engage your life and live that childlike nature again, be a good role model, essentially. That's what I'm talking about. So I don't think that I will be some kind of popular influencer or something like that. That doesn't appeal to me. in any regard. Being rich and famous, those things don't appeal to me. Like, outcoming a more healthy, sustainable, just, and peaceful world, I'm all about that. Those are the types of things that excite me. Ways to care for people, to lessen their struggle, to help people to heal and to recover. Like, I'm all about that kind of stuff. That's the kind of stuff that perks up my interest, also advancing technology and, how to help people live the good life, all these things. I'm very interested in that kind of stuff. But winning out popularity contests and prancing around for people in some sort of performative way, that's just not my bag. So I will fail in capturing the hearts and the minds of people because of my not unwillingness, but just incapacity to be this little doll for people. I just can't do that. But I hope that it's more appealing to people. That's why I do a lot of videos where it's like you don't see me at all. It's like, just listen to my voice and what I'm saying, and because that's all that matters. It doesn't matter. Like, I'm just in my grub scrubs right now. Came home from work and I'm like, I need to make this video, and that's what I've been all about for the past few hours. So wrapping it up again, I don't know where things are going to go from here. Tomorrow, or rather today, is going to be a transformative day, and I'm just anticipating that people are going to bring their best, and I'm not operating off of expectations, but I really hope that somewhere in everything that is to come, that there is going to be a resonant factor that is going to, sing to my heart song and say, like, yes, this is where you belong. This is where you are being accepted, as you are, sort of thing. Because to me, it's more important that, people love, respect, appreciate, and accept me for who I am than some sort of presentment. I'm not here to impress myself upon people. I'm here to leave people in wonder about what I mention. And if I can get people to think beyond, about what might be beyond what we know now, I'm achieving one of my ultimate goals in life. Because again, I'm trying to build out for the next 7 generations, and that's only going to happen if people are able to see beyond, to care more about, yesterday or today, but to think there's going to be a tomorrow, and what's that going to be about. So with that, I pray for the safety and the protection of all people, and I pray for the protection of innocence, and I pray for the personal day of revelation for all of those who are in the deviant echelon of society, so that they can awaken into the realization of who they actually are, and then come back into the criterion echelon with the rest of us, so that we can all work together to make the world a better place. And with that, I'm grateful for your valuable time, attention, and consideration of everything that I have said here, and I look forward to what is to come. So with that, until next time, be well.